Greetings to the world. How's it going today? Um, we have some kind of fun stuff we're going to be showcasing in this episode, or this live stream. I'm starting off great, aren't I? I promise. I did get up about an hour ago so I could get my brain in gear and kind of figure out everything I was going to do. I had already been thinking about this, and I'm going to actually silence the phone because we're recording. Isn't that a wise thing to do? So that way, if you happen to know my personal number, you don't have to text me or call me or anything like that, because it is going to be silenced and you will not be able to get me. But greetings, everyone. Let me go ahead and prep chat here. There's Aaron. How's it going, Aaron? Thanks for joining out there today. We're doing well. Had a bit of a scare recently. Had my wife started having some issues again breathing, and we were wondering if she got COVID again. Ends up it was just pneumonia. I mean, it's kind of weird to say, oh, it was just pneumonia, but that's the honest truth of it. So she's taken some antibiotics and stuff, and this time it's not COVID. So woohoo! At least it's a quicker recovery time, and that's good because we don't need anybody to be sick anymore, especially in our household. You can't. It's funny, Aaron. You say that you can't catch it again. It's yes, you can. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying you can't catch it again. I was going to say, yeah, you can. And as I understand it, there's different strains out there right now. One of the big strains that's going around is the more common one, I should say, as I understand it now, and someone could correct me because, of course, I'm not a doctor. But as I understand it, there's the original strain that came out of Wuhan was extremely deadly. And as it started to spread, it was mutating a bit. And over time, it got to be less deadly. So it's still deadly, but I mean, it's less deadly, like kind of considering like less lethal. But now the version I think that's going around now is it's a little bit easier to spread, but it's a little milder. So at least that's my understanding. Kostler, welcome. So the theory is, I think, is that antibodies don't last long either. Correct, as I understand it. That's the reason why we were a little bit on the concerned side when she started showing the same kind of symptoms, because we didn't know if it was COVID again. And yes, as I understand it, she's been part of some groups that talk all about COVID-19 and stuff. And people have been saying that a lot of people that got it back in February and March are starting to show symptoms again, or can show symptoms. And if that's the case, then you just need to be aware of that, because it's a good thing too. But yeah, it's just pneumonia. She's actually doing quite a bit better now. So I have the house to myself right now. The girls are all out, including my wife, who has done quite a great job of recovery. So I was going to show you a few things because people are returning to set. And since people are returning to set now, I thought I would go over a couple of the options that people have regarding headwear and what you can wear in case you're not familiar with that. Let me go through chat real quick. The theory is, okay, already did that one. Maybe she'll get well soon. It's the same as colds and flus. MacBook is MacBook Pro 13-inch late 2011 good enough to run Pro Tools? Well, Zelby, I am not a Mac person. I believe that Pro Tools was running on computers back in the 90s, though, because I know a guy who was using it in the 90s. So I would be very surprised if it wasn't able to work on even an older MacBook. But I could be totally mistaken. I do not know Apple products. And some people could say that makes me a bad tech. Others would say, it doesn't really matter because it's not really sound related. But I do not know the answer to that, Zelby. Sorry about that. Dennis Rob, so she's better. She's fine. She's fine now. Once we get in a century, opportunity to wipe out those. Well, okay, distancing, isolation, yeah, mask. Could I do a live stream test? Oh, live scream test. Jeez, I can read. I promise. Why? Why do people like to hear me scream? It's the weirdest thing. There was actually ARS. I posted in the community tab on SoundSpeeds recently. It was really funny. ARS put together a video that was all about me doing quiet noise floor tests, like when I hold up a microphone and I'm quiet, and all it was like a minute and a half of that. It's kind of creepy when you look at it, especially this one shot where I'm just kind of looking into the camera, just, staring into it. and he like zooms in on my face. It's like, well, that's creepy. Okay, so I know two people that have a 10-inch MacBook Pro, and they both use Pro Tools. Cool. All right, Caleb Hill, you're gonna. I appreciate you being here, Caleb, and you'll see why here in a couple of minutes that I've invited Caleb. If I would have thought about this in advance, I could have had him on. I could have also had someone on from another one of the products I'm going to be showing. But I'm going to show you a few products that are considered PPE, and we're going to be going over them here. I'll start in a few minutes. I do just want to bring it with me inside the booth, and I'm worried if it's going to make a huge fan noise. That I don't know. That's a different creature altogether. I don't know, but as I understand it, on pretty much any computer, you can turn off the fans if you know how. I know that with a PC, you can use something called SpeedFan, which is a free program. And come to think of it, I need to actually use SpeedFan on this myself, on this computer myself, simply because because it's running right now. And if what I'll do is I'll switch over to the computer so you can see what's going on. I have stuff kind of blocking. I have stuff all around me, so you can get a great idea of all the wonderful fun that we have going forth today. I even have some stuff next to me. Let me show you SpeedFan. As soon as I can turn over to the computer, I opened up something. Okay. Alrighty. Oops, wrong button. Okay, here we go. Wanted to also mention, if you missed the stream before, I did launch soundspeeds.us. It does have various different things on there, from the YouTube channel to the support podcast, which just launched yesterday, to the old SoundSpeeds podcast, which you might say, why didn't you just name it that? Different channel, different thing. Thought we'd, since it's more support-wise, thought we'd do that. Let me show you SpeedFan, though. If I come over here and hit SpeedFan, it loads up and it starts scanning the computer. And then from here, it will show you down below all the different fans that you have. And so I'm just going to zero them all out. And even though I'm using a noise gate live, then it's now zeroed out all the fans. I can actually hear that it's gotten quieter here. So there you go. That's a bit of an idea. Whoops, wrong thing. There we go. I'm just hitting buttons all over the place. I'm a little bit too hyper to do live streams. But anyway, there you go. There's a couple of things for you to at least look at with regards to fans. Now, let me go back over here and catch up with chat just a bit. Watching from Philippines. Hi, what's up? .ph. Thank you very much. Just want to bring it inside the booth. Yeah, I don't know. Because you commit to the scream so much, it's not a fake scream like everyone does. Yeah, it's a legit scream. It is. It's a very, very crazy scream, and it usually throws up my voice whenever I do it, which is wonderful. So Aaron Knight agreed. Gets it. Okay. Have you ever used the Microtech FL microphone? If so, what's your general opinion of them? I mean, they're premium. I've never actually used one personally. It's not something that I've come across, but I do understand that a lot of people they're considered a premium microphone. I do know that quite a few of the ones I've heard, at least online, have floating grounds, meaning that you need to have some sort of a I don't want to say a ground lifter, but you need to have a ground tied XLR on the female end, especially. And that would be like if an XLR looks like this and you have your 1, 2, 3 pins, or 1, 2, 3 pins. Jeez, this is a great stream. I should cancel it right now. And then you also have the extra shell ground at the bottom. What you would do is you tie pin 1, 2, 3 in some sort of a fashion. The way I always do it is by doing an EMC connector, which is wonderful. And you can look at that in my EMC video. If someone would like to link that, that's fine. Eldest, welcome. Thank you, fam. So let me go ahead and get into a little bit of what I'm actually here to do. I thought we would just have fun for one, but part of that includes talking about sound stuff. Now, I do have an idea for a video that I want to do at some point, but unfortunately, people are starting to return to set now, mainly in the world of reality television, but that does mean that it's going to be a little bit more difficult for me to get all of my videos done and out in a timely manner. So I wanted to do this live stream in order to show off some PPE, personal protective equipment, as that's referred to. And so I'm going to be showing a few of the things that you can use, and I'm sure everybody is familiar with the whole mask thing. I'm going to go ahead and kill these headphones so that way I can bring them down. A lot of people talk about masks, and there's a few things that people have pointed out. I'm going to at least show a few because they do have a place in where the world is going right now. There's simple little bitty cloth masks like this one here that goes over your ear is what a lot of people are familiar with. This is a great color for me because I always wear black on set. So wearing this kind of thing would be kind of ridiculous. Now, some people, as I understand it, will like to use these kind that have a vent in them. Now, this is an older one. Believe me, I didn't go out there and get it early and start, taking them all off the shelf for the first responders. This is actually an old N95 mask, but you'll hear straight up. I'm terrible at these things. Okay. You'll hear straight up that, first of all, it holds my face a lot stronger. Now, this vent right here does mean that it's going to make it easier to exhale. As for inhaling, that's a different matter altogether. But, it does kind of make this gap. And you should, if you have these metal things, press in and pinch around your nose so that way it makes a good seal. Now, this is supposed to be what you would use in more construction type settings. So that way, I'm not going to put this one on any further. It's like cutting into my face and make lines. But those are more designed for construction if they have one of those little vents on them, as I understand it. Now, personally, as soon as this whole pandemic thing started, I started using one of these little bitty simple things that goes into a little bitty ball if you want, easily washable, and this little doodad right here goes around. It's very quick and easy. You even have the little bead right there. But one of the things that you end up running into if you're like me and you get kind of irritated by is all of the behind the ear pressure. To me, that's extremely annoying, especially if you're in headphones because you're already sandwiching your ear like this. You're sandwiching it closed. And as soon as you do that, then it's like, that's a lot of pressure on your ears. So I did come up with a solution for that, and I'll show you in a second. But first, I'm going to show you my favorite mask, which is made by a company called VersaFlex. Now, when VersaFlex shut down for the pandemic, they started making a lot of different masks. And this one here is probably the best one I've seen right there because first of all, it's a little bit loose on me, but I'm sure that I could probably take the bead off of the other one, put it in here and fix that. But I'm going to at least show it to you the way it came stock. I guess I have a slightly smaller head, at least this dimension here. It's definitely swollen. But I'm going to put this thing on right now so you can at least see. See how loose this is on me? Now, that may be by design. I could be totally off on this right now. But if I were to breathe, it's going up through here and everything. Now, I'm about to blind myself for a second because I'm going to put on my glasses. And the reason why, yes, this shows how bad my eyes are. You can see how I'm fogging up. So if you have glasses, this could be a concern of yours. But they've also got a patent pending. They also have a patent on this because not only is it a nice smooth feeling on the inside, but it has this little fold out flap. Now what that does is it allows you to put this thing on and it kind of seals this gap right there. So now if I put on the glasses, it's not going to fog up. I mean, it's venting out the side over here. So this is actually a design in order for glasses wearers to wear glasses without them fogging up. Now, if you're like me, you don't like to wear just glasses, floating around on your face like that. They also throw out my depth perception. But one of the things that I personally like is that you can wear those little glasses things that hold on behind your head. Now, this is starting to get, like I mentioned, a little bit on the loose side. So here's a solution for that. There is a product, and I linked it not long ago. I'll add the link here in a second. But there's a product. What's in the name? What's its name? Okay, let me actually, real quick, let me go ahead and add a couple of links. That way you see it. The really awesome mask that I like a whole lot is made by VersaFlex, and I'll add it to the stream information here so that way you can see. Where is it? There we go. VersaFlex. Oops. Mask. Okay. There we go. That's at least part of the stream information, and then we can also, I'll post it right down here. Okay, so you can see their Etsy store. Now, here's one thing that I personally like doing whenever I wear one of these masks that are adjustable. They make these little bitty things that you can find online for, only a few bucks, but it's got a little thing like this, and you're like, what in the world is that for? Well, when you put on a mask, one of the options you have is to come around behind you with one of these little straps. Now, I've not done this a whole lot of times, but the idea is that, oops, did I just lose that one? Okay. All right. The idea is that it will hook through here and grab hold of the mask so that way it relieves the pressure from behind your ears like that. And as weird as and awkward as I really made it seem for a second, if you put this behind your head first, the best results I've had is if I get the mask around my head and then I just kind of almost do a twist motion. I'll actually show you what I just did. I put it around the back of my head, and then as I attach this over here, what I did is I twisted. I grabbed the end of it, I twisted it this way, and then twisted it that way in order to lock it around the back of the mask. I'll show you real quick. So that way you at least see. Now, you see how loose this is fitting on me? That may be because I actually ordered the wrong size from them. But the reason I'm starting with masks, and I wanted to at least show this, is because you have various different forms of face wear you can wear this day and age. So there we go. There's that one side, and here's the other side. Let me play catch up on some of this stream stuff here real quick. What's it my do? Okay, I already did that one. Complete random question. Have you ever cried at a piece of music? Actually, yes. I as weird as it may sound, I actually just naturally my eyes tear up over random things. It doesn't always make sense to me. There's sometimes I'll watch something and I'm like, that's like, it will hit a soft spot in me, and I'll say, wow, that was like really well done. It was really beautiful. It was really just whatever. And I'll say, gosh, it for some reason has a physical reaction. I'm not going to be like crying into a napkin or something like that, but I will say that there are pieces of music that I look at and I say, that was just awesome. They killed it. And part of it, will just get my heart racing and I'll get excited, that kind of thing. You got to also keep in mind I'm a DJ, or at least a former DJ. So there's that in my blood as well. But you can see now, because I'm wearing this mask, it takes the pressure off from behind my ears. So, I mean, it's still kind of clipping around the side, but I could have adjusted those up a little bit more if I wanted to. But now it feels so much better. So, I mean, I can go up and down, left and right. So let me use that as a wonderful segue here. Let me just verify it before I start closing it back up here. Good. Let's see. I think it's safe to say we all know the Sound Ninja wears a full-on ninja suit style PPE on set. Yes, that is true. However, I may have to make some modifications to my normal setup now, because those little the SPF masks and stuff that I wear, the hoods, those might not be enough. I may end up having to put something else on there. Okay, just ordered A10 today. Beautiful. Okay, so there you go. I hope my Cost 11 DPT will be SN grade. SN. Signal to noise ratio, I guess. I know you're a fan of the Deity system. Do you have any lav mics that would recommend going with just the Deity all the way? I actually do like the way that the Pro sounds and the Micro. I think they serve a great purpose. But my favorite cream of the crop, rise to the top, is the DPA series. The 6060 is a work of art, in my opinion. The 4060 series is beautiful as well. That was what I've sworn by for a long time. I know that the Sanken Cost 11D is extremely popular, and those are the main go-tos in the industry. You should get Ryko to make you a custom dead cat mask. Well, I'm not going to ask Ryko to make me anything in particular. I actually owe them something, which you're gonna see in an upcoming thing because I reached out to them a while back about something. You'll hear it in the video. So anyway, that's a little bit about the lavs I like. Hey, Alan, I got a real deal question for you. Would you believe that if they tell you the A10 receivers have been in production since December 2019? Haven't been in production since. I was dealing with Pete Noise, and that's in the UK, and they said the A10 receiver hasn't been in production since December 2019. They could just be out of stock. I mean, they could have just, they could be they could be changing it around. They could have just been flowing through old stock and then planning on updating something at NAB. I do know a lot of manufacturers that were releasing new products. And as soon as NAB got shut down, they said, oh, hold on a second, we're going to have to figure out a nice launch for things, maybe post-COVID, because COVID changed everything. There's some people I know that work in sound, and they said, well, we were going to be launching a new product, but we decided to hold on that because it's the wrong timing now. Like, for example, if they were about to come out with a new lavalier microphone, people are now saying, boom it, don't put lavs on people. So there was a big thing about, maybe we shouldn't release new lavs right now. That's one of the things that actually held up Deity from releasing their lavs as early as they did, because they started to sell a whole lot of the V-Mic D3 and the V-lavs. So they started to, as soon as they started to try to push those out a whole lot more, because people were interested in that. So anyway, they could be selling off old stock in order to release a new model, for all I know. I don't know. If I were to suspect, I would say that they could be coming out with something new. I do not have any insider information, though. The reason I would say that is because usually when companies stop manufacturing stuff and it's starting to approach one of the big trade shows, it's because they have something up their sleeve. Who knows? They could start going into production again. So would you believe it? So should I order it or wait because I just ordered it? Do I have to worry about 10 months old device? Here's what I'll tell you. The A10 is a solid system. I used it for Black Lightning Season 3, and it is solid. The only thing about it is, as everybody knows who uses the A10, there's an issue with the filters. You have to use a filter if you use it as a wireless boom. It does give you phantom power, and it does route that through to the microphone and power the microphone. But that, to me, is a real big issue. I do not like that. Zaxcom doesn't have that issue with their digital wireless systems. DPA doesn't have that issue with their digital wireless. It doesn't even affect that way on Lectrosonics or Wizzycom. So why is it that it has to be the A10 series? If I were to guess, I would say it's probably something that they're looking into if they haven't already, and whichever their next layer of wireless that they release is, I would hope that would be fixed, because having to add the version 3 filter to any cable you have, and then over the course of time, the filter does not seem to be as effective. And I know this for a fact because I have we have about 4 different cables that we use on Black Lightning, and each one of those things, I would use it, and over the course of the day, I'd say, hey, wait a minute, you hear that? And we'd all listen, and we would start hearing the noise, the kind of noise. And we would start to switch I'd say, well, bring me another cable. We'd swap it out, and it would start to work better. So another thing about those is I always keep a very loose loop around, like if you were starting a square knot, but you don't pull it taut. If you were to do that, then and you just loop it in there, and then take the antenna of the A10 and loop it around and just lay it inside that loop, touching the antenna to the cable seems to help it quite a bit. It removes a lot of it. So there you go. Mask is definitely not acoustically transparent. Well, sorry, Nathan. I'm not using it for that reason. If I were using a ribbon microphone, that'd be kind of interesting to try various different forms of this to see if it is. But you're right. I'm sure it's not. So, did you hear that I got a housewarming gift for myself? I did not. I'd be very interested to hear what that is. I won't. It's going to be a lavalier. Okay, thanks. DPM mics added to the B&H wish list. Yes, the 6060, I have a video about that. Happened to be the first video about the 6060 online, which is still a wonderful thing, in my opinion. The 6060 is a thing of beauty, but you do pay for it. It's, I think, about 3/5 of the, or about a cost 11D is, I think, about 3/5 of the cost of a 6060. But for a microphone that's almost the same size as a Countryman B6 and has so much better fidelity, got a rich low end, it's absolutely crisp and clear. It's got the lowest self noise of any lav in the market. It's got a very low profile. It's rugged. I mean, you tell me. It's a thing that you definitely want to try out. So, order the Limo XLR adapter. So that has a filter, right? Well, it depends on if you got the cable that has the filter. Hopefully, you can just double check and ask them. If it's for the A10, chances are they've already put the filter, the version 3 filter on the inside of the XLR. Let's hope they did. I got a PSA 1 and a Neatworker B. Great choices right there, Eldest. I love the Neatworker B. Anybody who's talked to me knows that the Neatworker B and the King B are 2 of my favorite condenser microphones, especially those that are around the $100 price point. They are solid as a rock. They used to be priced a lot higher, actually, when they first came out. And they lowered the price not long ago. You could hear all about that in my Neat and Worker B review. But the thing I will point out about Neat, with regards to the Neat Worker and the King, whenever anybody asks me, which do you prefer, I personally like the Worker because it is flatter. I like flatter sounds. I don't like it when people add a lot of coloration to microphones. I don't like it when it has a boosted low end or a boosted high end, any of that kind of stuff. Personally, I like that it's flatter. Now, if I happen to have a worker bee that's farther than maybe about a foot or so away, then I would switch out with the King if I was going to be doing that routinely, because the King has a more prominent low end. And that would help to kind of make up a little bit of the fidelity or a little bit of the fundamental vocal frequencies that would be lost in some sort of a closed environment like a booth. 6060 is 649. Much like the DD wireless system interview pack with the receiver and 2 transmitters and 2 mics. Yep, exactly, Nathan. But I tell you though, it is solid. That 6060 is a work of art. It's a beautiful thing. The PSA 1 is great. Okay, thanks. Okay, not regarding PSA 1 for my SM7B. Not regarding the PSA 1 for the SM7B. Cool. Yeah, I'm still using the very cheapest possible thing because it's basically just a frozen. It's basically, I bought the very cheapest arm because I knew it was going to be basically a permanent installation. So I grabbed it, I put it up there, and it's holding my Cat Equitiki 100 right there, and I just cranked it down all the way. It hasn't moved in 3 years. Even after when I did my studio upgrade, I did not need to move that. So there you go. Okay, so let's get into a little bit more regarding this whole thing. If you just joined the stream, you see me wearing a mask. That's because I don't want to get anyone sick. Don't let me infect you with my sound. My sound world. So let me show you a few products here on the market. I'm starting to fall off on the tail end of your sentences. Okay, well, let me geez, I don't really want to mess with the gate live. Let me go ahead and do that real quick though, just so that way, if there is any adjustment that I need to make, I can go ahead and do that. Okay. Okay, let's try that then, eldest. Hopefully that fixed it a little bit. Thank you so much, Cuisine. I really appreciate that. Love you, Alan. Just so you know that, fantastic information. Kind of. All right, great. Thanks. Just the very tail end ever. I was going to try to actually compensate by just speaking up louder, but I've just adjusted the expander gate. So we'll see what that happens, because this is still a house that people live in, and at night the AC kicks off, so it makes it a lot quieter to record. But during the day, the family, which is out currently, they do start to overheat, and they don't seem to understand shutting off the air conditioner for 3 hours so that way I can record, especially in the summer. I don't know why. Okay, so let's talk about a few other forms of PPE. You've seen me wearing this mask here for a while. One of the reasons I did that is because it's giving you an idea of what it's like when you wear the thing constantly. Now, I do not have this little filter thing up, or not the filter, but the little gasket or whatever you want to call it. Okay, there we go. That would be on there if I want to guard against breath being blown up. Now, here's the thing that a lot of people are talking about with regards to PPE on set. You can see that I'm not going to be fogging up these glasses here, even though I'm completely blind right now because I can't see. My eyes are totally out of whack. Here's the thing that people are talking about. How do sound people on set protect themselves? People will say, oh, well, just wear a mask and stuff. Well, if you're an E&G sound person and you walk around with a harness and everything around your chest, you might consider still that you need to have some sort of other protection on there. People like to wear hats, for example. Well, not all hats are made even or equal. And so let me show you one that I was sent a while back by K-Tech. This is the first one that I'm going to be showing you here. Now, K-Tech, this is actually, if you're familiar with Sound World, there was a hat made by Remote Audio before that, and there was even another brand made before that. Now, the advantages to this hat here is that when it goes around your head like this, see these little flaps over here? Now, I'm going to be doing a more official showcase video. Now it's totally thrown off my lighting, but the reason why that's important to note is because it blocks out the sun. So if you're looking at this saying, okay, well, that's kind of cool. I mean, it protects your neck and stuff back there, which is the whole idea. So that way it keeps the sun off your neck. But then what are these little things for? It's for headphones. So that way if you grab your headphones and put them through the hat like this, you can still wear your favorite headphones on set and then snap these into place. Now, I have not actually used one of these just yet, but you can see that even for a first attempt, it's not that bad. Okay, let's see. It feels like I'm on them. There we go. Oh yeah, now it's closed in nicely. Oops, wrong side. Oh, is it the wrong side? Huh. There we go. Okay. So this hat right there, it's now snugly on my face. It's blocking out the sun, and it's keeping this nice and open. My face nice and open. So I could actually be doing any shooting exterior, and I'm now completely inside of this little world here, able to monitor my sound and do whatever I need to. And boom, because this is a soft brim thing. And this is an option you have. However, if you're going to be doing E&G sound and stuff, it's going to be fine. If you're a boom operator on a film set, though, you may end up having an issue with it if you're like me and absolutely crazy about wearing solid black on set. Well, that's where, since Caleb is now in here, he's with Bubblebee. Bubblebee, if you remember, makes the Sidekick, which I reviewed earlier this year. And I absolutely love, I think it's a great product. The smallest IEM inner ear monitor in the world. Now, I could have adjusted this, that way it holds my head even better. Geez, I don't know what happened just there, but this contact lens in my right eye has been bothering me for a while, so I need to get some more, but, you know, I need to get some more of these disposables. Okay, now, the big issue with the K-Tech Stingray hat is that it does not come in black. That, to me, is a big issue. But Bubblebee has a few solutions for that. This right here, and these products, by the way, I'm familiar with, but have not opened up until earlier today when I slit the bottom so that way we could do this. Now, you look at this and saying, oh, wow, look at this, it's a hat. It is. It looks like a regular hat. However, whoops, can't put them on with headphones, can I? Or can you? Well, let's put this thing on first, and we'll see. Okay, well, it's a little tight on my head. Let's loosen this thing up, which I'm sure you can do very, very easily. Okay, yep, it's gonna open up and really be very, very easy to adjust, provided you're not insane and manic like I am. Okay, there we go. It's gonna loosen up now nicely. Okay, and much better fit. Cool. Now, you look at this and say, what's special about that? Well, if you like to wear headphones or something like that, you have that as an option. But you also, because this is the whole world of COVID that we're living in right now, you can wear the optional clear mask. Now, what I'll do is see how easy it is to put on without ever having looked at it. Well, that's not good right there, is it? Maybe it's supposed to go underneath. I don't know. Let's figure this out together. No, I think it does need to go on the outside. Yeah, it should go on the outside. Okay, so we'll do this. And there. Okay. So now I'm completely living inside of this. I'm sure it's thrown off my sound quite a bit. This contact lens is really driving me crazy now. But this is going to allow you to perhaps get rid of the mask. So if you don't want to, you might not have to because you have a face shield on there. Is this right? Something doesn't feel right about that. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm not doing something right on that. Maybe this is, oh, okay. So if you bring this down, I think it's supposed to grab a little bit better down here around the bottom. You got to have your sticker. And Caleb, if you're in here, you can probably help assist with the exact fit. But I guess the way this is supposed to be, and I'll figure this out and get all the answers by the time I do my actual showcase video. But this right here would come down and better suit you in place. That way you can relax and watch. Now, if you have headphones, you can still wear them like this. But it doesn't do a whole lot for the back or sides of your face. Like, you know, this is only covering the front part right here where the sun would maybe be in your eyes. They do have other options as well. So what I would assume is that as soon as you take this thing outside for a little bit, it would start to kind of warm up a bit from the sun, and thereby it would kind of loosen up a bit, because right now it's holding the shape of the packaging that it came in fairly effectively. So let's go ahead and put this back in there, and then actually I don't need to do that. You might want to see it again, so let's not do that. I'm not going to fight with that. Once it's designed to come out of the package, it shouldn't necessarily go back in. So let's not do that. All right. I didn't do that with the K-Tech, so why should I do it with this? They also have another option here, which is the visor hat. Now, that one was the visor cap. So this one here has a little bit of a different design. Oops, let's lose the sticker. All right. Now, the difference here is that you, of course, have to have your, what is that? Oh, that's for adjustment. So this allows you to adjust the size on the inside, which is nice. You can pull those a little bit more taut. And if I did that, that wouldn't be hanging down in front of my face. There we go. Nice little look like that. Now, this provides a little bit more of protection around the back of your neck and around your face and everything. So that's kind of cool. And then just like with the other one, it has to have a way for the visor to connect up. Maybe that's what that little strap was for. Oh, it's got a zipper. Okay, so let's check this out. Well, that's cool. So if I were to want to connect this thing up, let's see how well and intuitive this is to someone who's never done it before. I swear if my right eye wasn't bothering me, it would be a lot better. I'm also trying to do it to camera. That's always my excuse, isn't it? I'm trying to do it to camera so you guys can see. But it's honestly, it's very true. I did that when I was doing my soldering too. Okay. Okay. I know that's it. Coffee time with Alan, yeah. Or with sound speeds. Am I going on the wrong side? Let's see. This would go around that way, which means that it would need to start on that side. So that seems to be right. Okay, so what am I doing wrong here? I'm sure it's a user error. Oh, let me just do it the other. Let me do it this way, which would be the way that I'd probably secure it over myself by pulling this in with my right hand as opposed to my left. So let's try that right there. This is why we have editing. Not in a live stream, though. Okay, there we go. Now I'm starting to get it. Okay. So, we can pull this. Bonfire. Okay. There we go. So much better. And, like I said, user error. Now, this is going to hold... It's going to hold nicely like that. So if I have, you know, a bag and stuff, this is going to hold nicely outwards by the brim. So that's nice. That's a nice thing right there. Let me go all the way around and get this off of there. Actually, I should probably leave it on there just because it took me so long to get it off there. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and do that and put this to the side in case you want to see it again later. And the last one is going to be the, whoops, let's just lose everything all over the place. This one here is their last option in their hat line, which is what they consider to be the wide. The visor wide, I think it is. Visor cap wide. Now this would be very similar to the other one, except that it's a wider, it blocks out the sun more so in the front, like that. And so, does it have a zipper too? It sure does. So if I were to, let's just do this again, because it's so much fun. If I want to attach this, and I'm sure just like everything else, it would be one of those things that if you do it a couple of times, it would get used to you, you would get used to it, and it would be so much better. But in the meantime, let's just go ahead and tackle this together. All right. Okay. So I'm going to line this thing up. And that's the wrong way, isn't it? This is why I need a sound utility to do all this stuff for me, because I'm clueless. Maybe I'm starting on the wrong side. Well, the point is over here. This visor, I wonder if this is... It seems to me like it would be on that side. Huh, that means that I am starting on the wrong side. Or am I? Okay. Oh, it's perhaps upside down. There we go. No, that's the wrong way. Because I can't zip this zipper that way and this zipper this way. Maybe it's because it needs to flip around to the inside? Oh, okay. It secures. Oh, okay, because you flip it up. I see. I see. So it's got a hidden seam. I see. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Oops, that's not right either. What am I doing wrong here? Okay, the zipper has to go this way, and this one wants to secure this way from this end. So it needs to be that way, except that it can't secure that way unless it's this direction. I wonder if this was sent the wrong side. Yeah, I'm not sure how that would fit. Because I don't know if you can see the same thing I can see here. This side of the hat here has this the little lid thing that starts the beginning of a zipper. This side here has the end of a zipper. This side here has kind of a seam that starts the zipper off. And then this other side here has an end that would stop the zipper. So that part has to be on the part that ends the hat right over here, which means that it has to start on this side. But when I do that, this little zipper part here secures going the wrong direction. So I wonder if it's because I had one of the very first models that I do know that they changed the manufacturing stuff at the very beginning, or at least I believe that. Got to duck out, telling the missus to work. Good luck with the zip salon. I'd have heard my colleague friend AJ, who's also here for moral support. Okay then. Well, AJ, perhaps you can offer some moral support and help me to understand. This connects up here, but it has to start in on this side. I think this may be because if I connect this up this way, which seems to be the way it wants to go when it connects up, it takes the zipper the wrong direction. Like this would pull it this way around the back of the hat as opposed to around the front. So AJ, if you're pull the zipper down to the zipper stopper. So, well, this part here stops the zipper. So, if that's the case, it would. Oh, well, that's okay. So, like I said, it is a issue with me. Okay, but then how do I get it started on this end? Let's try the zipper all the way on the other side. Oh, man. What do you know? I totally psyched myself out and totally didn't even think about that. The fact that maybe if I engage my brain and I look at the way a normal zipper is, I could figure it out. This is why I have to do this stuff in a live stream. Look at the zipper. I looked at it. I just am an idiot. Okay. This is why, like I said, I need a sound utility. Sound utilities would look at that thing and say, you're not doing this right, boom operator. Go plant a microphone. You would think that since I'm in my 40s now, I would understand how to use a zipper. There you go. That's the way it should be when I'm not being a goofus. Okay. And let's see about that little bit on the side there. Oh, look at that. Okay, now I know what that's for. That would be for if I am using my headphones. Beautiful. Okay, so there we go. So this little gap over here would come around here. That was my own error. So that was my own mistake here. But it's amazing how well it works when you know what you're doing. Or at least you have... Yeah, I'll just go ahead and say that. So there you go. I'm completely bundled up here. The only point I will make is that if I were to wear this combination on a set, I would probably, because it doesn't vent out the top, I would probably wear on this little VersaFlex mask, I would wear this up. that changes the venting so that way, if you saw what I was talking about here, there's a little clip here. Let me take that off. This little flap, if you missed it before, flips up, so that way it makes a good seal around here. So since it took the whole thing off now, I'll at least show how, if you put this back on there, instead of blowing out the top with glasses and where it would fog up glasses, it now vents downwards. So it's actually venting out the side. I'm feeling it along my ears. So there we go. Okay, so there we go. There's some PPE options that you can certainly look into if you're getting back on a film set, coming soon to a set near you. All these different options. So you have the visor cap, you have the visor cap wide, and you have the, what is the other one? I put a link already in the show notes over there and down below in the description to the Bumblebee products. That way you can check it out. And the Sunray, or the Stingray, I keep saying Sunray. The Stingray, geez, this eye. The Stingray hat. So that way you can check that out as well. Now, here is one of the things that, this contact lens. Good thing I'm a sound person. I can just talk. Trying to make sense of my 4,500 pound purchase. Okay, so that was the A10. I'm thinking about buying an inline amplifier, Shure SM7B. I don't know what's going to be best for my Scarlett Solo 3rd Gen. He says buy the Fedhead. Fedhead, SE Electronics, Dynamite, and the Cloudlifter CL1 are recently showcased in a video where that seemed to help a lot, at least so far. I recently showcased all of those in a video, so if you want to see me test the noise floor performance and what it's like when you actually put it through a microphone, you will see that. All of them are effective, and if you're using a Scarlett Solo, then you can probably definitely appreciate that. If you have something like the MixPre 6, it probably won't help you a whole lot. Keep in mind that it does change your preamps. Whenever you use something else to do the heavy lifting on your preamps and to add some actual do some of the low noise boosting, amplifying, then you're actually changing the preamp that does most of the increase of preamp. So let me back up here a little bit here. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up. I might need to go get something for this eye here in a second, some eye drops, and play with the contact lens so you don't see me messing with my eye again. I'm sure some people are like, look at him, he's messing with his eye. It might be why we lost 5 people instantly, just about 15 or 20 seconds ago. We had 24, and then it's amazing how quick everybody ducked out, probably about the time that the stream caught up with the delay. PP looks like fun. Need to full body, full cover. Yeah, that's awesome. We need to go through blogger reel of Alan's streams. Yeah, sure. Just make more fun outtake videos. Never fear, Gerg is here. That's correct, man. Just sits over the top. Okay, so he cleared double-sided tape and glue it to the top. Cool hair dryer setting removes all the kinks. That's a good thing to do to note also. Blind speeds, yeah. All these masks and shields will get burned in a few months. Yeah, but hopefully by then COVID-19 and the whole scare will be over. But of course, if you're on set and you're using them all the time, it could be considered an expendable, and they would probably sell more of the little the plastic shields. First up, snap. Second, it could be easier. Bonfire. All right. Problem in chair, not in product. Yeah, that's a. As I understand that would be. There used to be a whole bunch of things when I was in tech support. I would say that's a PEBCAC error. Problem between keyboard and chair, or problem exists between keyboard and chair. And that was something that, as long as people didn't understand as much of what you were talking about, you say, yeah, that's a PEBCAC error. I've seen those quite often. Let me explain to you how to fix it. People will be like, a PEBCAC error? Yes, it's definitely a PEBCAC. Or ID10T, which is idiot. ID10T. There you go. When you say a solid on the A10, what exactly do you mean? How good is the build quality? I know it's full on metal, but how good is it? Self noise compared to the Electrosonics WYZICOM. A10 it's got it's basically digital. So it's got the noise level of your analog digital converter on there, which is extremely low, and your microphone self noise, however much that happens to be. So however much gain you add, it's going to basically introduce that. I'll tell you this though, it does not sound like self noise does on an analog wireless system or a hybrid. It is lower. It doesn't have a low hiss that as soon as your mixer boosts it up, they're going to be like, well, what is all that hiss? It doesn't do that. They bring up the A10, they continue to bring up the A10, and it's just quiet, which is great. How does it compare to Lectrosonics and WisiCom? I have not compared it next to side by side any of the other digital systems. I used the TRX 643, 642.5, and the 643, the Zaxcom, which are also solid as a rock, and those were very quiet as well. Especially also with their new system, I tested out their Lav a few months ago. I think it was in fall of last year at the Sound Mixers Mixer. They brought out the new Nova, and they brought out a whole bunch of stuff to look at and listen to, and it was also very well. It was just extremely low noise. So the Zaxcom stuff is solid as a rock. I mean, there's a lot of very good options you have out there today. If this were 20 years ago, and any one of these products that are on the market now were to hit, you'd be freaking out, saying this is just insane. How in the world is this even possible in reality? But as these companies have released more and more products out there, it's gotten better and better and better and better over the course of time. So it's now we have a lot of great competitors. So you have a lot of choices that are wonderful, from Zaxcom with the whole ZaxNet system, and how it completely is adjustable remotely from the mixer. You can adjust the gain up and down, start and stop recording. You can control everything via ZaxNet from a little bitty box about this big, including your recorder, and it has built-in transmitters or receivers. It's just amazing. It's completely killer. I love the Nova, the new Nova system. It's probably, as much as I love sound devices and a lot of the other companies out there, I think that the Scorpio is a great product, but I don't think it should have beaten the Nova last year with regards to best product of the year. Personally, that's just my personal opinion. Everybody has them. The reason why is because the Nova changed everything, in my opinion. It's a small little bitty recorder that you have 6 little pots on there that you can adjust your different transmitters, and it has integrated in receivers. So it fits into the unit. The whole thing is like 6.5 pounds for a multi-channel recorder, built-in mixer, multiple channels of wireless. It's completely digital, compatible with ZaxNet. It's solid as a rock. I love that thing. The Scorpio is great too. I have not used the Scorpio yet, but I'm not a mixer. But I have used the Nova, so that could perhaps be part of the reason why I lean that way. But looking at all the specs and stuff, they are both solid machines. So let me don't let my opinion change yours, though. I'm very, very clear about that. I just simply bring you information, and I'll give you my opinion, but I definitely recommend that you get out there and form your own opinion by checking out things in the world. Go to Gotham Sound, True Audio, go to audio department, go to Pink Noise, go to any of these companies out there and put your hands on the gear, look and see what it does for you, because it may be that something else is going to work better in your workflow. So figure it out for yourself. Don't just rely on what I say. And all the others, what are your thoughts about where do you think, if any, the A10 has failed? It's basically the filter. I don't like the fact that you have to fight the filters on the cables in order to make it not buzz. And I wish it just came out of the transmitter. It was solid, like the Zaxcom or the WisiCom or the Electro or even the Deity Connect. HDTX, grab your hoodie and look at the zipper. Today's sound utility, Gurg. Okay, this is kind of catching up a little bit here. Where did Caleb duck out? That was up above. Okay, so I'm thinking about buying an inline preamp for my Shure. Okay. By the FedHad, we've already kind of discussed it. So I'm still waiting for my VersaFlex Max ordered over a week ago. He may be making another batch of it. Worked great with my Scarlett Solo 18i8 and the SM7B. Yeah, I mean it's got low preamp noise. You just don't have all the gain that you have on something else like a Mix Pre 6. Which is one of the questions I had there. Scarlett Solo 3rd Gen. How does it compare to a Sound Devices Mix Pre 6? You want to hear something funny? Go watch the Sound Support podcast and you'll hear me answer that question. and how does the Scarlett Solo compared to the Sound Devices Mix Pre 6, which I thought was a great question. It was hilarious to me. Yeah, if that was a pan zipper, I would have been in trouble. Did a video on the mic activators 2-3 weeks ago. Yes, that's correct. If it's venting outside. Okay. Which of them were worth my interface? Okay, actually that question up in chat. Okay, I guess that was a question I already answered. Thank you. I gave up on contacts 15 years ago. Stopped rubbing my eyes so much. I just put up with the limitations of the gear. And Nathan, that's a valid thing. The only point to that I will make is that my depth perception gets off. It's thrown off whenever I use glasses. A few years ago, geez, it was 10 years ago now almost, a sound mixer was in Atlanta doing a show from in Seattle. I had a very slow beginning of the year. And so I had gone in and day played for a boom operator who came off of a show and went straight into this one. He got lucky and was working constantly. And the mixer that he normally was going to be working with, at the time, it was going to start to overlap another show that he was going to. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because when I got along great with the sound mixer when I went to day play, and the boom operator he had hired, and sorry that you're hearing that right now, I'm putting something back. The boom operator he had hired, they were just not jiving personality wise. And that's part of what you have to learn with your mixer. You might get along great as a person, but you might not be great as a team. And you might have to work through some stuff, or it just might be that their personalities are totally different. There are some mixers that I will not work with, that I've worked with in the past, or some that I basically know by reputation, and I will not work with them just on general principle. And it's one of those things that you may look at and say, that's not exactly fair. I mean, until you try somebody out. When I hear multiple stories from multiple people that were not on the same show together, and it's different shows, you start to see similarities. It's like if someone's a jerk, they're always going to be a jerk. And if you start hearing the stories about them being the same to everybody, you kind of start to realize someone's a jerk. If someone is nice to everyone, the nicest person in the world, you hear all the time that Tom Hanks is really nice. I've never worked with him. I will assume he's nice because a lot of professionals that I know that have worked with him have said he's very nice. And anybody who's seen him, I'm sure would probably say, oh yeah, he's a nice guy. But you also hear that Gary Busey is a jerk. What's his name? Wilson. The guy who plays Biff Tanner in Back to the Future. He has a song that he's talking about, that he talks about people coming up and asking questions. He says, who's the nicest celebrity you know? And this is part of the song. Adam Sandler. Who's the biggest jerk? Gary Busey is what he says. And it's a really funny song he has, but you hear stories about Gary Busey being, just a jerk. I don't know. I've never worked with the guy, but I would be on my guard if I went to meet him, expecting the worst. And if I went to meet Tom Hanks, I would be very surprised if he was rude to me. It just seems to me to be the kind of person that would come across as nice based on all the stories. So anyway, that's a great conversation. How did I get into that? I gave up on contacts. Okay. I was telling the story. So very first day, he basically was not jiving with his boom operator, so he asked if I would be willing to take over the show. I didn't want to, because I didn't want to be, because he's an out-of-town mixer. The boom operator I was replacing is a local guy I have a lot of respect for. But I looked at it and I said, I hadn't worked, and this is like May, and I know he'd worked nonstop. His mixer that he normally works with was getting ready to do a show, and probably didn't have a boom operator yet. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take it. So I took it. I joined. It did irritate him, but he ended up going straight to that show. Now the reason I'm mentioning this is because the very first day I went to work with that sound mixer, on my drive down there, which is about an hour and a half drive from my house to the stages. Maybe not quite that much. It was about an hour and 15 minutes. I rubbed my eye and knocked, and the contact lens dislodged. So I was driving down the road. I pulled over and I tried to get back in there, and I realized there's a tear in the contact lens. I'm like, great. So now I have to figure this thing out. I go and I'm like, as I'm trying to play with the contact lens and see if I can get it flat again, it rips all the way off. So if you can imagine, the contact lens is like this, and it started to cut. It basically clipped down to like that. And I said, I'm going to at least try to put it back in my eye, and let's see what happens. Contact lenses that are partial do not like to go back in your eye. That thing irritated my eye. It turned into blood red, like the blood god from Blade. And instantly my eyes started irritating me like crazy. So I took it out, Now I have one contact in and one contact out. So that means that I see a blurriness, but yet it's sharp at the same time. I go to set and my depth perception's off. I don't realize this at first until I go out there to boom my first scene. I'd already talked to the sound mixer about it and the utility as well. I throw the boom out over the actors and they sound like they're far away. And the mixer's like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. Boom's right on top of them. Finally had the utility. I did a check. I said, okay, here's what I'm going to do. Go back there. Don't look at the end of the boom. Because, if the boom's coming up towards you and you see someone doing this number, you can kind of track with them and see where they're looking, and you can cheat that way. I said, you keep your eyes on me. That way you're not cheating. I'm going to throw the boom right over top of you. And I said, now it's right on you, isn't it? And he shook his head. I said, where is it then? And he reaches up in front of him about 2 feet and touches the end of the microphone. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's the reason why it sounded so far off. So I said, I need to find Tom Wilson. That's it. So I said, I said, I need to get myself some glasses or something. So I asked the entire crew, production office, everyone on set, do you happen to have a pair of glasses that match this prescription? Ends up that after asking people for about an hour, the sound mixer himself actually was the exact same prescription as I am. So I took out the other contact lens that worked and I put on his glasses. And I said, okay, Jorge, the sound utility. I said, keep your eyes on me again. I'm going to throw the boom right on top of you. And I threw it out over there. And I said, say something here. And he sounded like he was far away again. I'm like, what is going on here? Where's the boom now? Is it still in front of you? And he shook his head. I said, where is it? He reaches around like this behind him and touches the microphone. So with one contact in and one out, my depth perception was so far off that it was about my microphone, which was only extended out about 12 feet, was about 2 feet in front of him. With glasses on, it was about 2 feet behind his mouth. So that was a funny first day because he was just like, man, I replaced my boom up too early. He was just like, I'm going to call him and see if he's available again. I'm like, oh, don't do that. It's just an issue. But ever since then, now whenever I go to get my disposable contacts and I get a new prescription, I always say the same thing. I say to the people, do you have some daily wears I could try? Because if they had a few days of daily wears, I would at least keep that in my kit. So I always keep those on my on-set kit. So that way, if I do rub a contact lens and it happens to fall out, which happened to me on Black Lightning, I will add, I had, they were using a whole lot of smoke and exploding things and stuff like that. I got something in my eye. The same thing happened on Walking Dead, season 8. We were doing episode 2 of Walking Dead. So, and I think it was Black Lightning season or episode 303. We were doing stuff and something got in my eye from being there on set. And you don't normally think about things like smoke and stuff. And if you're exploding something far enough away, you don't think about needing goggles or something like that if it's far enough away. But just a random little piece of dirt or something flew into my eye. And I think even on Walking Dead, I was using goggles during the explosion scene. Because this was, if you watch Walking Dead season 8, it would be the sequence that happened in the building with the 2 satellite dishes on top when we were doing work down there, which is, I think, in Gay, Georgia, is the name of the town. And I ended up getting something in a contact lens, and it was just irritating me. It actually scratched my eye. My eye went blood red, and I had to, in the middle of the day, find an optometrist or ophthalmologist, whatever it is, and had them look at my eye. And he said, yeah, it is torn, but if you just keep your contact lens out, which he recommended, I ended up having to use glasses. But in order to drive home, the glasses were driving me nuts, so I ended up switching out contact lenses on the one eye. But anyway, there you go. Depth perception can be off a little bit, so something to be aware of. At least it was for me. Okay, so I gave you some contact about 15 years. Okay, I'm still back there. Doesn't the Mix Pre have something like 72 dB of gain? It has 76 dB, and that's just on each channel input. You also have 20 dB of output gain. So if you need to go up to 94 dB if you're in a recording studio, which has a noise floor of like 20 dB as a noise floor, you can give yourself 74 up to 94 decibels of gain and make it so. And I almost did a video about this a long time ago. I was talking about the insane, ludicrous amount of gain. I took my SM7B. Everything was quiet in here. And if you recall, I have 2 different SPL meters. One of them, the self noise of the microphone itself puts it over 30 dB, which is its lowest. I think it's like 31 point something. But the other one will go down to 30 dB, and then that's where it caps off. Well, the AC is off. It's in the middle of the night. Everything is quiet here. It goes below that, so it basically bottoms out at 30 dB most of the time. And so I don't know what point below 30 dB it is, but I do know that it's at least below that here. If you go into a recording studio, those could be like 20 dB. So when my studio was in its below 30 dB realm, I turned on the SM7B and decided to crank it all the way open and then gave it another 20 dB, and it was by then already redlining. When I gave it 76 dB, it was so sensitive that just me moving around, the closed noise, and me just grabbing whatever and moving it around was clipping like crazy. And I had the, whatchamacallit, engaged, limiter engaged. So as soon as I gave it, started to rack up the output gain, oh man, it started getting outstandingly crazy. I mean, it was insane. So at that point, I was looking at it, shaking my head, saying, no, I can't do this video. Because I wanted to do a video called 100 decibels of gain, what does it sound like? But no, I'm not going to do that. Because what is it going to sound like? A lot of distortion. Now, if you happen to record in 32-bit floating point, you can pull it back down, but what's the purpose? What is the purpose? It has none. Okay, so PebCac and ID10T. Yeah, use those daily. Thank you. Love the song. Tom Wilson question song. You done diddly did it, mess up your eyes. Yep. Do you wear contact lenses? I do. A few years ago, I was going through all my stuff and I found a 15-year-old box of disposable contacts in my camera bag. Yep. I remember when you used the SM7B with the Fed head into your 286S and then in your Mix Pre 6. Actually, I think if that was the 286 video, I believe I was using that and going into the Tascam DR40. Because the thing is, though, on some of the tests I do, you could look at it and say, why would you use the Tascam DR40? Well, the reason I do that is because some of the things I do, I don't want to just use, a $900 piece of gear because people might not be using that. If, for example, you use the VLAV, if you watch my review of the VLAV, I didn't use my Mix Pre 6. That could skew the results. I used what most people would probably be using, something more along the lines of a DR40, a Tascam DR40, something that is not quite as high end. Can you get good results out of them? Absolutely, if you know what to do with your gain staging. You might need to remove some background noise if you're recording in a quiet environment or something along those lines. But you definitely do need to keep in mind that that with a recorder that has a higher noise floor, you need to be careful with that, and you need to manage your gain staging correctly. So there you go. That's one of the reasons why on a lot of the more consumer products or the prosumer products that I review, like with the DBX 286S, I wanted to record right in front of me. So I went out of the DBX right into the Tascam DR40 if memory serves, and I was recording everything on that little table right there, which was right here behind me. So I did all of that where you could see my recording, and then I just synced it up in post later. So it's kind of interesting recording right there on camera and then saying to myself, don't hit the record button or don't hit the stop button because it's going to completely throw off your recording. Gerg says, I was sleeping the other day and I woke up to the video you screaming into the microphone. Yeah, I scream into microphones for the different tests. The DD HDTX review, no, I didn't do it for that one. I did the Every Deity Live review, which was about 6 months ago, 5 or 6 months ago. And then I did the Neat King B and Worker B, and I recorded that. It was in a Discord call. Okay, there we go. So we were talking Discord. All right, so that wasn't a video. But yeah, screaming in the microphone, it's really funny. A lot of people seem to like the screams. I throw my voice out. Like one day, I think it was on the Every Deity Live video. that was my day to sleep in. My wife was taking the kids out. And so I woke up at a certain time. I had an alarm set so that way they would be out of the house and I could scream without disrupting everybody. And I had everything set up. So all I had to do was wake up. And then like an idiot, I woke up. I'm going over there all brain dead. And then I didn't even do a vocal warm up. I just walked over there and I was like, all right, turn on the camera, turn on the lights. I'm like, wait till my eyes adjust. Okay, now it's adjusted. Then I went over there and started yelling. That's the reason why I sounded so bad in that video. And I threw my voice out hard because I'd only been awake like a minute and a half by the time I'm screaming, which is a bad thing to do. You need to drink some water. You need to do different types of things. Spare your voice, right? And I didn't do that. I'm terrible. I'm terrible about so many things. I'm terrible at stretching on many days too. I need to be better about a lot of things because I'm not getting any younger. Alan, what do you think about recording sound in 196 with the camera when the camera's in rapid? If 4 times a rabbit or 96 doubles, is it really useful for a post? Well, here's what I'll tell you. Post usually will dictate and tell you what they want you to record in. I wouldn't deviate from that, even if you think you need to. Post can ramp it. They can do different things to it. Now, if you know that there's going to be a time that Post could end up using, and I think we mean 192, not 196. But if you think that Post might end up wanting it for some reason, like if you know that someone's going to be yelling, no, something like that, you can always ask Post. I wouldn't just start changing settings, because that can make your post supervisor very upset. So you might want to ask in advance if it looks like you start to get the bug in your ear. Oh yeah, we're going to be going into like a massive slow motion sequence. You can see that in the script. See that in your sides when you're reading the script. And you might reach out in advance and ask Post if they'd like you to. I wouldn't recommend just switching it over there, even though you technically could. And slow motion is indeed one of those things that you could consider to be a reason for recording in a higher, at a higher sample rate. But I wouldn't definitely make that change without talking to Post about that, because that could totally throw off your post workflow, and they will not be happy at you. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And Post will have the answers for you, whatever that may mean. So let's move on. Looks like I'm getting my DR40 in 2012. I got my I used to think it's pretty good, and then one day I needed more gain, and then it's noisy. And you can get a Fed Head Phantom or a Fed Head for it, which if you're going to do any kind of recording, you might consider doing that. What if Post wants it in 32-bit floating point? Do it. If that's what they want. There very well could be a time that people in that Post wants things in that format. I mean, if they want it, that's what you got to do. You cannot fight Post, because Post is putting together the show itself. You're recording for a Post. If it's part of their workflow and they need files in order to save them from having to re-render or resample rather, files, do what they ask for. Most of the time in movies and television shows, it's 24-bit 48K. That's what they want things in. 24-bit bit depth and a sample rate of 48K. That's usually what it is. If you're doing special effects, sound effects, something like that, then they might want it in 96 or 192. They might also say that 32-bit floating point is something that they want. It just depends. Whatever Post says they want, find out how they want your sound delivered, and do what they ask. That's the right way to do it. Absolutely. You're welcome. So let's see. We've been up here for an hour and 12 minutes. Has it really only been that short amount of time? Yeah, I guess we started at 11:30. Wow. Seems like it's been so much longer. I guess it's because we've been talking about and we've done so much. So have you done anything with the Zoom F6? I've been using it for the last 4 weeks, and I've been pretty impressed so far. No. I have no experience with the F6. I know about it. It's one of those things that if I were given a really good price on it, would I get one? Probably. If Zoom offered me one, sure, I'd take it. You hear me say all the time, I don't need more gear, and that's true for the most part. I'd be very selective about gear that I'm sent anymore. Like when I was talking to Stedman, that's the reason why in the Sound Support podcast you heard me talk about Stedman and the Stedman ProScreen XL, which I'm using right here because if you can see this, because I knew that I was going to have to come underneath with the 4018C, which is right here. And I did not want, since noses point straight down and I was going to be wearing visors, I needed to get that sound coming up from underneath as much as possible. And I did not want to just be breathing on the microphone. So I'm using the Stedman Pro, and I have not connected it up there. But I've been, as I mentioned in the podcast, I'm a big fan of Stedman and have been for years. So I reached out to them and when I did my studio upgrade, and I said, I talk constantly about the gear that I like. And I would love to include one of your pop screens, pop filters, in my new studio upgrade. Would you like to send one even if I don't review it, if I just put it as part of the thing and I talk about it, like right now I'm talking about it. I love the thing. It's great. It's worked out absolutely wonderfully. And so I asked if they would like to send me one to include there, and they said, sure, absolutely. So they agreed. And I was like, oh, that's really cool. Thanks. But it was not me saying I'll do this in exchange for it and stuff. I basically said, I love your products. I'd love to include one if you're willing to send it. you know. Uh, and let the truth be known, I was going to end up buying one anyway. But here's the thing. COVID-19, and at the time, I was no longer on a show as of January 13th. We ended up having a house foundation issue, which cost us a lot of money, drained the savings. So I ended up basically, when COVID-19 happened, I had three shows lined up, and I was going to be going back to back to back, one into another one. The middle one wasn't confirmed, but it was pretty much going to be a go. And when that shut down, there went everything. So at that point, I was like, you know what? I definitely don't really want to spend a whole lot of money on gear or any equipment right now. And since I was between shows at the time, I didn't really want to spend a whole lot of money on something if I didn't have to. So that's why I mentioned it to Stedman, and Stedman was very open with me. And so I was like, that's cool. And if they would have told me no, I would have said, you know what? I love the product enough. I'm going to buy it. But I at least throw things out there, because a lot of the products that I like, a lot of companies out there, if you have a relationship with companies, they don't mind sending you something if they get a value out of it. Like Stingray, the Stingray hat, and the Bumblebee products that I showcased earlier, those are sent out because I sent a video out and said, would you like to include? I'm going to be talking about PPE. I'm going to be talking about gear you can wear on set. Would you like to include, something in that? And they said, sure. Being completely honest though, I personally will not likely use the Stingray hat or the Bumblebee hats, just because I already have my own workflow enabled and in full throttle. However, I could be mistaken. I could get on a set and they're COVID compliant and they say, you need to wear a face shield. Hey, guess what? I'm going to have the Bumblebee stuff there with me because it's black, and I'll be using that. This eye is bothering me again. So anyway, that's at least the way that I operate. Some people might look down at that and say, well, you shouldn't be reaching out and asking them anything or whatever. But you know what? The way I look at it is a lot of companies, great, this contact lens is bothering me again. A lot of companies have an advertising budget. They have a marketing budget. And the way I look at it is I'm still a very small channel. I buy a lot of stuff. When I bought $400 worth of ribbon microphones just to destroy for the channel. And to date, I looked at this just last week. I've made $2.48 from that entire video. So I spent $400 to destroy microphones and made back $2.42. Probably $2.50 now. But you know what? It's fun. It was fun. So what can I say? Hopefully that video will help some people out with regards to ribbon microphones. Have I worked with the F6 though? No, I haven't. I do like the idea of the F6. I like the idea of the F4 and the F8N. I may end up getting at some point either an F6 or an F8N, mainly for field work. That way I can leave the MixPre 6 always engaged right there. Who knows? I could end up getting a second MixPre. Don't know. I haven't decided yet. 8 channels on 32-bit. That would be a really huge one. Yeah, it'd be a very big file. Polyphonic broadcast wave file. You bring that thing up and it's going to be, is a lot. And if you really want to add even more fun to it, try recording in 196K. So 8 channels, including or plus your mix track. So an MixPre 10T with 8 channels of ISO. No, 10 channels of ISO and 2 channels of mix track, and then recorded in 192. It can even record in 192 at 32-bit. I don't know if that's a limitation. I think you can only do 96 at 32. Maybe someone could correct me on that. Do you work as a mixer? I do not. The reason I don't is because I've had the opportunity. I've even mixed some smaller shows. The thing is, though, I like to be part of the on-set environment. I'm hyper. I'm very much, as I'm sure you can tell, I'm naturally extremely energetic. Well, sitting down in a mixing chair would probably knock me out. So as soon as I sit down and slow down, I have to be up and doing something constantly. So it would probably knock me out. I'd be sitting there and I'd doze off. And I don't need to be doing that. So being on set where I'm actively part of the game, actively part of the production, that's personally where I think that I'll be happiest with, I should say. So I mean, I could at some point transition to a mixer. I don't anticipate doing that anytime soon. If I have an injury, like to a shoulder or something, and that's gonna mean that I can't actually boom effectively anymore. I had an injury to my shoulder, to my right shoulder about 8 years ago, and I found other ways of working around that so I don't kill myself under most circumstances. And a lot of it is just in how you hold and handle the pole. And it's one of those things where I look at that and I say, at some point I may end up changing. I may end up saying I want to become a sound mixer. At this point in time, I'm enjoying working with various different mixers, learning constantly different techniques on set. Mixers have a lot of stuff handed to them with regards to manufacturers. Boom operators have to go get it for themselves, for example. Mixers, and I don't mean that as, I'm not speaking down about mixers. Mixers have a lot of things like, for example, the mixers. Mixer was designed to showcase Gear 2 mixers. Mixers are the department head. It's their sound packages covered on the production insurance. So they keep the main kit. Not a lot of shows will pay a boom operator or a sound utility a kit rental. But if those that do will end up usually paying only, 20 to or 10 to maybe $50 a day, depending on the show. And that's quite a bit different from a package rental that could be upwards of, that would start usually at the very lowest on ENG world of maybe $250 a day. Usually on a television show, it'd be 500, 600, something like that, much higher per day. But then you'd also be covered on production insurance. But sound mixers, since they're the department heads, they carry a lot of stuff in their sound packages: transmitters, recorders, cleaning supplies, repair cables, everything. Geez, this contact lens is driving me nuts. So it's one of those things where a lot of people will approach sound mixers with regards to products because they are going to be the ones that mostly buy it for the department, and it'd be used definitely as part of the show and department. So it makes a lot of sense that they're catered to. But I looked at that and said, I'm going to find out a lot of information for myself. I'm going to go out of my way to find a lot of resources for boom operators and sound utilities. And the very first thing I ever did, and I think 2013, maybe it was 2012, was a class dedicated to boom operators and sound utilities with regards to boom poles and shock mounts. So I did that. I invited vendors coming in from other towns, and people were like, nobody's ever done one for a boom operator or sound utility before. And they said, I think this is the first I've ever heard of. And I said, well, you know what? We're customers. It's just like, here's something that happened that you might even not be thinking of. Money is not necessarily coming, for a bunch of products just from those with the money. For example, if you look at children have no money, but still they're consumers. They still say, oh, I want that breakfast cereal. I still want that toy. That's one of the reasons why back in the 80s, when manufacturers started creating toys and started to push them out on the market, they realized that if you could create a storyline around that, G.I. Joe, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, She-Ra, Princess of Power, all these different shows, if you created products that kids can play with, they're going to want those products, and that would justify a cheesy TV show. People would look at that. You could introduce a new character on a TV show, and every kid in the world is going to want that. When Transformers released the dinosaur bots, the Dinobots, everybody wanted those. I want Grimlock. I wanted Swift, the bird. And I got that. I wanted that. I was pushing really hard for it. I really wanted Swift. So I started to want those things too. But here's the thing. Just because you don't have money doesn't mean you're not a consumer. Kids have absolutely no purchasing power, but they certainly have influence that drives the decisions of their parents. So believe me, I have 3 kids. I can tell you all about how they'll say, oh, I want this, I want that, or I need this for school, or I need this for that, or I'd love to be able to do this, or, can we get this cereal? Can we get this for dinner? All those different things kids do. So you may not have money, but you can certainly control purchases. Now, in very much the same kind of way, a boom operator or a sound utility, especially if they're experienced, is going to be able to say, like I've worked for mixers before and I've said, hey, do you happen to have a 4098? And they're like, no, we're not going to use that. I like what I like. We're going to use either a BLM adapter on a tram. We're going to use a Cub 1 from Sanken. We're going to use something along those lines. And I'll say, well, I happen to have a 4098. I think it'd be an ideal thing for this. Would you mind if I try that? No, sure, try it. And then I've had someone say, I love this. What is this thing? Tell me what it is. And then turn around and buy 4 after they told me they're happy with their kit and they're not going to get anything more. So I've had that happen. So it's one of those things where I strongly, I say that sound mixers may have their package and have information brought to them, but boom operators and sound utilities are on set. We do have influence as well with the sound mixers, even though the sound mixer buys it. If it's something that's going to benefit the entire sound team, by all means, the sound mixer will get it. So definitely, keep that in mind. If you are a sound mixer, listen to your boom operator and sound utility. If they tell you that if they had something, it would make it easier for them to do their job and do it well. Let's move on down here. Scrolling down through, this contact lens is driving me crazy. Okay. Sound and light reflections. Yeah, that is a concern I have about the face shields, Gerg. I keep calling you Gerg. I love that. That it just happened to happen as a typo in one of the live streams about a month ago or whatever. Here's the thing. I'm not going to be able to tell until I get on set. It could be because it is a curved surface. It could be because it's a curved surface, it's not focused on anything. It may be that because it's a curved surface, it's not reflecting. I see a very faint light change. Like it's reflecting those bounce lights, and I'm seeing it light up on top of the Stedman Pro right there. So it's a little bit, but do I see it over there? I don't see it on my monitor. So I see it on the shock mount that's right here in front of the camera, but I do not see it on my monitor right there. So that's what, a foot away versus 2.5 feet away. So there you go. We'll have to see on set. Now those lights are usually a lot more powerful, but they'll drop a lot of metal in that. They'll put a lot of scrims in, so it does dumb down light. They'll also use a lot of 8x frames, 6x frames, something like that. They'll bounce off of muslin, unbleached muslin, different types of materials like that, and create bounce effects. So that way you will see people, diffusing light. So if it's not as directional, like a spotlight hitting you, it might not reflect. So if you remember back in the old days when you would wear a watch and catch the sunlight and reflect it into your teacher's eyes and then pick the exact angle, making it look like you just had your arm on the back of your chair, and then you'd kind of dial in on exactly where your teacher's eyes are, and then just sit with your arm like that over your back of your chair, thinking you're kind of casually, and then that way if the teacher happened to notice and say, oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was blinding you there. Maybe that was just me being a jerk. But I did that one time to a teacher. Oh yes, I was a great kid. That was at a Catholic school I was part of. But people would use their Trapper Keepers, for example. That Trapper Keepers as a brand had the plastic shield on the outside, and you could angle that and make the little plastic color on the outside. But this here is curved. It's not a flat piece of plastic, so maybe it won't be as direct. Who knows? We'll have to test it on set, and I'm going to be mentioning that in the video. So anyway, let's move on here. So Ilya says that no, it's 196 32-bit floating point on all 10 tracks is not an option. It's 48. Good to know. Thank you. Bandrew Scott, thank you so much for the donation there. The super chat. Are you really naturally hyper? I don't buy it. I think it's just the Zip Fizz coursing through your veins. I have not had a Zip Fizz today. It's over there. I could definitely get it. All right. In the 80s, all I wanted was a computer. My own kids have never asked for a computer because I already got them laptops, but it turns out they want Pokemon cards. Yeah, kids will always want something. So yeah, it's kids make wonderful consumers. That's something that we learned back in the 80s, that just because you don't have any money doesn't mean you don't have any purchasing power. There you go. Timothy. Look at that. $5 super chat also there. Thank you so much, man. You guys are awesome. Streaming 5 hours, soldering, assembling cables beginning at night. Yeah, he's hyper all right. Very much so. That's one of the reasons why I don't normally drink caffeine. I do drink tea, and that tea is naturally caffeinated. I've had decaf. It doesn't affect me one way or another. Now, when this does end up coming into becoming a bad thing is when I try to go to bed. Like if I do one of these overnight streams that you've seen me do, and I go to bed at 5 or 6 a.m., if I have a Zip Fizz, if people are like, oh, I'm going to, here's a reason for you to donate. Here's a reason for you to do a Zip Fizz. Here's, $5 or $10 for you. And I'm like, oh crap, you're paying me to take a Zip Fizz. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Okay, fine. I'll do that because I love the flavor of Zip Fizz, and I'll go ahead and do that. as soon as I do that, I'll lay in bed and just be like wide awake, unable to do anything because I don't need caffeine to function. I can get straight up. I can drive into work. I'll be perfectly fine. When I was on Walking Dead, I worked about a 15-hour day. I would get up. The studio was about an hour and 25 minutes and no traffic. And I would get up at 3 a.m. I would drive off to set and I would beat the traffic there. Once I arrived on set, it'd be just before 4:30 a.m. I would then take a nap in my car. I would set my alarm for about 15 or 20 minutes before my pre-call time. And pre-call time was usually half an hour before our show time. And call time for the general crew call for the crew was usually about the time sun came up. Sometime it was before. So that way we would start offloading gear. We would load up from the trailer, put stuff on the stake bed, move it out to our set, and then we would start our day. Then after our pre-call time, it would be our regular call time. We'd be on set. The sun would be coming up. We would start to expose film. And I do mean film because it was 16 millimeter film, at least back in those days. And as soon as we lost the light at around 8:30 or so, 9 p.m. in the summers, that's when we would stop shooting. So from about 7 a.m., 6:30 a.m., whenever it was that I would come in there until about 9 p.m. is the optimal shooting time. And then we'd tear down gear and load it back into the trailer and then go home. So an hour and 25 minutes usually there, but it would be closer to an hour and 45 minutes to 2 hours and 15 minutes driving home because I would usually run into some sort of traffic. And that's important to note because that's when I started Sound Speeds. And back in those days, when I first started, my first 100 videos were done one video every 3 days. So when I first started this channel, I was working those kind of hours on Walking Dead, coming home and recording an episode of Sound Speeds and then editing it and getting it out there. So that's the reason why if you look at a lot of my early videos on Sound Speeds, I was a lot calmer. It's because I was exhausted. I was still covering material and very much the same kind of way, except that I started doing deeper dives into things because as the channel grew, people would start to say, you know what, you're only kind of scratching the surface. Well, a lot of what I originally started doing with the channel was I would just talk about different techniques and I would show like 1 or 2 techniques and tricks of the trade. And then after a while, people would say, can you go deeper? People go deeper. Can you they would send me an email and say, can you actually explain, go into more detail about something? I'm like, sure. So after a while, I kind of transitioned, especially after I hit those first 100 episodes, I started doing more deeper dives into things because I decided to start releasing 1 video a week. And that gave me more time to do it. Gerg says the typo was intentional. It's a name for my coworker. Okay. So Gerg is a typo that he intentionally did. But it is now something that I call him. So now, Gerg, you now have a nickname from me, which a lot of people know that I create nicknames for people in the real world. Most of the time, it's people I work with, and I joke. I'm a very much a troll. I'm a very much a joker. So I joke with a lot of people, and I've created a lot of nicknames for people throughout the years. My oldest daughter, her name is Gremlin. My middle daughter, I used to call her the Rat. Now she actually loves dragons, so she goes by Dragon now. My youngest daughter, you could say that we started calling her Banshee, because she would scream as a kid. She'd be quiet and then she would scream out in laughter and it was like a cackle. I mean, but because she'd be like, gosh, you little Banshee screaming in my ear like that. So we call her Banshee. But can you imagine having 3 daughters and name them Gremlin, the Rat, and the Banshee? I mean, that's the kind of guy I am. I've had girlfriends in the past that have named things. My wife does not. I almost said my current wife. My wife doesn't really take too much to nicknames. So I don't really share. I don't really have a whole lot of nicknames that I would use. That I don't have a nickname for her, but I give a lot of people nicknames. How much do you think today is the cost of living used amongst in television broadcast networks? A lot. Sky, CNN, and such. I don't honestly know. I would assume they would probably be pretty common because a lot of the times people use products that are very, very good, and they would be using a more premium model lav at some point. I know one network, I don't remember which one now. I remember seeing that they use the what is it, the Sennheiser MKE2, the $350 version that's on par with the COS 11 and in the same class, something like that. I do know that that I've seen at least one network using those, but COS 11s are very common. DPAs, I do know some that use them. Some reporters that go out in the field, though, they just use a hand mic, or if they do, they'll just use something clip-on. Depends on how violent of a scenario they're in. A lot of the times, at least it used to be a practice back when I was in news, they would people would use regular gear, but if they were going to go into a hostile type environment and there were potentials to get the camera damaged or the microphones damaged, transmitters or whatever, they would use different microphones. They'd use cheaper ones that way if they got destroyed, then they wouldn't be like, oh, geez, this is terrible. You know, I just completely destroyed all this wonderful gear. So I can't really understand that today on the news, but I've seen COS 11s used quite a bit on like the shows that like Judge Judy and Judge Joe Brown and stuff. The last time I looked at that, I think they were using on at least one of those shows, they were using a COS 11. Maybe it was People's Court or something. I don't really remember anymore. I don't watch a lot of TV. I just make it. What can I say? Just bought this for my A10. Hope it's a good match. COS 11D. Yeah, it'll be fine. You're gonna like it, Cuisined. Okay, Nathan. This is the only place I've ever heard of ZipFizz. I was hearing of Zip Disk at first. Yeah, no. ZipFizz is definitely something that is a product that I absolutely love. And the reason I like it is because of the vitamins. I love the fact that it gives your immune system a boost. Where's some wood? Every time I say this, I'm going to have to knock on some wood. That's some wood right there. I don't usually get sick of things. I get sick of that. I get sick of hearing Blue Yetis. That I get sick of. But here's what I don't normally get sick. Part of that is because I keep a lot of vitamins flowing. I don't eat as healthy as I should, but I do constantly take vitamin. I get out in the sun more than I like. I take a vitamin D, E, C, and A supplements as part of my regular stuff. I also will take elderberries whenever I remember to actually reorder them. I take turmeric as a daily thing. I take chondroitin, glucosamine, and MSM is, I believe, the supplement that I'm taking that actually helps with that too. And usually I pop at least one ZipFizz a day. So that's my general routine. And I'll tell you this, for a guy in his mid-40s that doesn't eat properly and is extremely energetic and hyper by nature and doesn't require caffeine, like a lot of people in the film industry, they run off of cigarettes and coffee. Not a lot anymore. It's mainly just coffee. But that's the joke, is the film industry runs off of cigarettes and coffee. But me personally, I don't need any kind of natural stimulant. I don't need to drink Cokes and caffeinated drinks. I don't need to have stuff like that. But I take ZipFizz because I love the flavor for one, and because it gives it's a natural thing and it gives a big natural boost to your immune system. And I think that that's a big reason why I don't often get sick, is because of the combination of stuff I do. Alan, wait a minute. Okay, Alan, when actually yours paid time starts and end? When are you leaving home? If 6 days a week you spend on the road 3 hours per day? Well, that's a good question. I usually work on shows in my area. And because I work on those shows in my area, I'm not often paid from the time I leave my house. That's usually reserved for people that are out of town, people that come to work in a market. That is one of the benefits you have, is that you are paid travel time. Travel from your house or from your apartment, whichever the case may be, or your hotel, to set, and then at the end of the day, you're paid to drive home. So if you're 15 minutes away, they usually pay you 3 clicks, which would be 18 minutes. So they'd say it's 13. It's whatever at the beginning of the day they'd back you up. So if call times, let's say 9 a.m., they would say you're going to be starting your day at 8:42. Wrong. 8:42. That's 3 clicks. So if they start it that way because you're an out of towner, then that's a benefit you have. Most of the time I work in my own area. Now, when I did a feature this time last year, I was an out of towner. I did, even though technically Alabama is considered to be part of my Georgia Union, and I should have been hired technically as a nearby hire, I shook my head and I said, there's no way. I'm not going to be paying for a hotel out of pocket. I'm going to be paid travel time to and from the hotel. I'm not going to be doing that. I don't care if it's part of my area or not. I made that as part of my negotiation. I said I negotiated for it and said I'm away from my family. I'm going to be a distant hire. I don't care if I'm within the zone too. And they agreed to that because the sound mixer really wanted me to be joining him on the show, and I really love him for that. He backed me 100% with that. And so when he said, this is the guy I want, and production said, okay, fine, I kind of got to go with it. I said, this is what I need and this is what I want. And they went with that. And that was cool. So 6 days a week, you spin the road for 3 hours per day. That was back on Walking Dead. And that was 5 days a week. It was Monday through Friday. And I don't often do that. Walking Dead just happened to be a long distance away from the house. Normally, the shows that I work on are closer than that. When I worked on Black Lightning, it was about a 45-minute drive one way or another, which is not a bad commute for Georgia, because where I live is on the top side of town. I could kind of take mostly back roads around if there was traffic, or I'd cut down through and go around 285 in order to get to where I was going. But it just depends on traffic conditions. But regardless, it's always good to have good audiobooks to listen to things, technical, talks or whatever you happen to be into. And it helps pass the time as well. I also, if you watch my Sound Speeds podcast, I do have an essential oil diffuser in my car. Now you may look at that and say, essential oil diffuser? Yes, I use peppermint in that because peppermint naturally keeps you more alert and awake. And this will tell you how crazy I am. It's in the side here, right? And it just kind of, I'll turn it on if I'm starting to kind of be like, a little, I'm like, oh, I'm 3 miles from the house. I want to just get a little bit more alert. Then I'll turn it on. It'll usually give me a little bit of a boost, and it can help me focus as I drive home, a little bit. But then I'm also, again, this is why I say, how crazy am I? I'll pick the thing up and I'll blast myself in the face with it and burn my eyes ever so slightly with it. That way I can kind of get a little bit of that diffused peppermint oil in my eyes, and it's not the same thing as the kind of solution I need to put in my contact lens now. That would be more saline. But the reason why I would like that is because it would help me tremendously to kind of stay alert if I'm driving down the road. So just to take the thing and do this. So there you go. Have you had a Vitamix? One of the best if you care about vitamins and nutrients. I have not. If you would like to ship me an email about it, I'll at least look at it. Personally, I love the flavor of ZipFizz. I love my ZipFizz. And so that's what I've gone to. They always carry those on set too. So at least the shows I work on, ever since I discovered ZipFizz, it used to be Emergency. I'd pop an Emergency a day. But when you put those straight in your mouth, which is what I do, Emergency froths up. It's like a dense foam, and it kind of makes you almost feel like you're rabid. The kind of foam that you get in your mouth. It's like a dense, like the bubbles are really, really tight and small. ZipFizz, it's more like an Alka-Seltzer. It's more like, it kind of, it sizzles up, and it's awesome. So it's a lot more fizzy, though, I'll tell you. So if I take a tube of ZipFizz and I dump the thing in my mouth, which I do quite often, if I do something like that, and it's a big boost, at that point, it foams up real quickly. An Emergency is a little more laid back. It's kind of like a gentle froth. And then, but a ZipFizz is a lot more aggressive. It will pull a lot of the moisture out of your mouth and just go crazy. So there you go. When are you going to add? Oh, wait a minute. When will we see Curtis Judd and Sound Speeds podcast? Probably never. He has had me on as a guest, I think, 3 times. I did one originally, and it was talking about being a boom operator. I did another one talking about things on set. Then he had one where me, Mike Delgadio, and Bandrew from Podcastage were all in one together. And that was, I think, on April 30th. I think it was the very last day of April that we did that together. And that's on his channel if you want to go back and look at that. Now, I did a live stream with Michael Wynn. It originally started with Michael Wynn. He was the guy I originally asked to be on the thing. And we started talking, and Curtis Judd was in there, and we said, "Hey, Curtis, you should almost join our stream, and you could talk about that." And he said, "Let me get set up." And we're like, "Cool, let's add Curtis." So we went ahead and invited Curtis. We invited, and as soon as I added Curtis, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and send out the invite to a few other people. So I asked Bandrew. He was just about to go to bed, but he's like, "Sure, I'll pop in for a second." And it was not. I mean, we were talking about production audio, so he bowed back out pretty quickly. He didn't really have, as he worded it, he says, "I really didn't have anything to bring to that conversation. It's not really his area of expertise." And then Kevin, Basic Filmmaker, joined after a bit when he saw my message. And so it was a 4-way stream. And I still, I think, hold the record for keeping Curtis Judd longer hostage than he wanted to be. I think he was in that stream for about 4.5 hours with me. And, most of the time he does a stream that's about an hour long. And by the end, we were like, Curtis, you've been in here for so long. I appreciate that. But you got to keep in mind also at the very beginning of that stream, he had joined fairly early and he was watching the stream. And then after a while, he decided to join in. So he was probably there for a good 5 hours. And by the time he joined in the conversation, we had a lot of fun. As he sat down, me, Michael, Kevin, and Bandrew and viewers were watching this stream, and we started saying, because we started talking about products, and Curtis would say, oh yeah, that's right here. That's right here. And we're like, do you have everything at your desk? So we started playing a game. Let's try to see if Curtis has a piece of gear right there. And we'd say, okay, do you have a MixPre? And he's like, oh yeah, I have it's right here. Here's my MixPre too. We're like, okay, do you happen to have and we started throwing out another piece of gear, and he'd say, yep, that's right here. And he reached, it's like, geez, he didn't have to leave his chair. And he had so much gear at the table right there in front of him. We started jokingly saying it's like Mary Poppins' carpet bag, because it's his desk. His desk has everything on it. It was absolutely amazing. So we started jokingly just saying, Curtis, what do you have? Do you have this and that and that? So finally I started throwing out a couple of things just because I wanted to stump the man. I threw out like a $20,000 Sony microphone, the C800. He says, I don't have one of those. And it's like, good, at least we finally stumped you. Curtis is busy though. He's got his own stuff regarding teaching light and sound. I have my own projects going on too. And you got to keep in mind, I'm also a dad. So I do have a lot of responsibilities with regards to those little girls. They're going to be starting back in school in only about 2 or 3 weeks. So some of the stuff we've got going on is setting up computers for them to do digital learning, unless we suddenly something changes and they go back to school. I'm hoping to start back to work at some point. I'm like itching to get back on set. I'm itching to do something. That's one of the reasons I've been doing so many live streams, because I like talking sound. And in the middle of the night, what else am I going to do? I just sit there and goof off and waste time, where I could do a live stream and chat with people. And if it benefits people, then, they're going to be in here. The viewers originally on this stream, they started off, and then we got to a point where there was about 26 people in here, I think, on this stream. And now we're down to half of that, 13. If it continues to fall off, we'll go ahead and end the stream. That's also if the questions stop. Or my eye starts really bothering me too bad. When are you going to add saline to your eye? Wouldn't you know, I just got through talking about that. Vitamix is a blender brand. Okay. I prefer Blendtec when it comes to smoothies. Yeah. I love their channel. I don't know if they still do it. The Will It Blend? That is the question. A lot of fun. He's got a lot of great gear at his disposal. Yeah, he has a C200 as a webcam. Yeah, exactly. And I have a C920, so it's got to be better because it's a bigger number, right? If you're in any of the sound forums online, you'll see that somebody asked a question recently, and usually the first person that responds kind of sets the tone for it. If someone mocks them, usually a lot of the comments are going to mock somebody. If somebody answers seriously, usually it will drive the tone of the entire post, and it's more serious. Well, people will start to joke around a little bit, not being too mean, but the guy was asking if the NTG3 or the NTG4 was better. And a lot of people were just kind of like face palming, saying, are you kidding me? Their flagship product, the NTG3 versus the NTG4. And so I got on there and I said, well, the 4 is obviously better because it's a higher number. And I said, that's a little insider pro tip regarding gear, is that the higher the number, the better it is. So someone then, responded to that and said, that's since you said I'm going to be using an MKH 816 for everything I do in the future. And I said, unless you can get a hold of a Boya, what is it? The Y something 1000. That was the joke I said. Anyway, did you meet any big celebrity in your professional career, like big ones? Yeah. I mean, of course, I'm right there on set with them. A lot of them will know who I am. They'll know my name. one of the things I do, and it's very interesting because, and it's one of those things that people always seem to think that celebrities are like, oh geez, there's red carpet celebrities, and they're people. When I worked 10 years ago with Jennifer Love Hewitt, I asked her if the paparazzi were bothering her in town. And she said, no, it's actually really interesting. Because she said in LA, she says she talked to one of her girlfriends earlier that day. And she said, I talked to one of my girlfriends and she said that at my house right now in LA, there's 4 members of the paparazzi sitting outside of my gate, sitting outside of my house. And I said, why? Don't they know you're here? They said, they absolutely know I'm here. But they're sitting outside my gate because that's what they do, just in case there's something that happens or there's something new to report. And I said, what in the world do they do? And she said, they just follow me. She says, and I don't do anything interesting. I'll go to the grocery store and I'll get food and they report on what brands I pick up. I go to a bookstore like Barnes and Nobles and I'll sit down and I'll start reading something and they write down what I read. If I go to a coffee shop and I order a coffee, they watch and see what I get and then they'll start tracking what I order. So like she said that at one point she saw somebody sent her an article that said, oh, I didn't realize that you were taking less of cream or whatever she was having with it. She took less something or she changed her order and they reported that as if that's news. And I said, why did they do that? And she says, all they do is they wait for you to mess up. That's all they do. Could you imagine going through life? I walk outside to wheel down the trash cans and there's people watching to see if I put it all the way off of the sidewalk onto the little grass area, or if I put it on there and it's crooked and they're just waiting for me to screw up and all they want to do is rip on me for that. Can you imagine that? We're in the cancel world now where everybody is like, cancel them, how dare they, and that kind of thing. Can you imagine doing something as innocent as just wheeling your trash out or deciding that you're gonna use a pressure washer on your sidewalk and someone says, I can't believe you're using a cheap pressure washer like that. You're supposed to be a big time celebrity. You must not be making as much money anymore. Oh my gosh, there's a story. And all of a sudden they start freaking out. Actors that are between shows that don't want to work anymore might become a family person. And if that's the case, they might put on some weight because they might want to actually enjoy their life a little bit and have desserts because they don't do that if they're on their Avengers training schedule or something like that. Why does that have to be something that we report in the media and make a big deal out of? People will do what they want to with their lives. They can turn around and then work like a fiend in order to get themselves back into shape. If they want to do that and they want to relax and eat cheesecake and whatever, more power to them. By all means, they've earned it. They should be allowed to without being ripped through the media of they're letting their body go, there goes their career, that kind of crap. That really drives me crazy. But so I will tell you this right now. Celebrities are not really, this huge big thing. Celebrities are people. There are some celebrities that like to feel, and there's some actors that like to have things a certain way. It's not because of egos. It's just because they like to have things the way they like for their own performance. Paula Abdul was one where we had her on a show called Drop Dead Diva. And Paula, when she showed up, she didn't want us to wire her. She had a wardrobe person that she wanted to wire her. And that's fine. That person travels around with Paula and always deals with her on whatever show. So if it was American Idol at the time, if it was on Drop Dead Diva, if it was on any of the shows that she does, she could get the lav over to that person and that person would put it on her. And it was just a routine and what they have. That way she doesn't always have different people underneath her clothes. Samuel L. Jackson was another one. When I worked with him, I've worked with him on 2 different shows now, but I actively worked with him on Cell with John Cusack as well. Now Sam has Askia, his wardrobe extraordinaire. She's done all of his shows as far as I understand. She is an absolute gem of a lady. I love her to death. And she was very good about getting us anything we needed to. She got very good at placing lavs over the course of time. And Sam did not like wearing lavs. He would say, do I really have to wear one of those? Can't you just boom it? Back in the days, we used to just boom things. Why can't we boom it? He's like, why do we have to have a lav? And if it was because we were doing scenes in more wide shots and we asked her to put it on him, he would usually gripe at her, but he would still do it. He just doesn't like doing it. Not all actors like to wear lavs. He was still relatively nice about it, but if he's gonna gripe about it to someone, It's his wardrobe person that does all of his shows with him. They have a working relationship, and he can at least vent to her. That's fine. It doesn't mean he's a bad person because he wants to vent about something he doesn't like. Not at all. He just also has Askia do the stuff that he would prefer to have done wardrobe wise. And it's just his personal preference. Actors can do that if they want to. Some actors don't want to be wired. And if they do, they want a wardrobe person to do it, or they want their own personal assistant to do it. I've been on those shows too. So it just really depends. But if you want me to talk about the celebrities and stuff I've worked on, I'll tell you a few of the names I've worked with. Samuel L. Jackson, Betty White, Jennifer Love Hewitt, Cuba Gooding Jr. Who else? I worked on Avengers Infinity War, so I met quite a few of those people that came through. Chris, what's his name? Captain America. He was there. He came to do some work. Robert Downey Jr. came to set and did some stuff. I did some days on Cobra Kai, so Ralph Macchio was there, and Billy Zabka was there. What else have I done? Michael Keaton we worked with on The Founder. I've worked with Oprah before. There's a whole bunch of people. I don't get worked up about celebrities. Very seldomly do I geek out about something like that. But I tell you, the one person that I geeked out about probably the most was Sean Astin. I worked with him on Stranger Things season 2. Sean is a gem of a man. I love him to death. Not just his performance ability. I loved him in Goonies. I loved him in Lord of the Rings. And those 2 series are core to my being. There's 5 basic movies that are core to my being, and I absolutely love them. And Sean was in 2 of those series. Goonies is one of those movies because it very much encapsulates the way I was back in the 80s as just a free-spirited kid that would go on adventures. And I would disappear in the early morning hours and you wouldn't see me again until the sun came down. And that was very much the way I was. Free-spirited, running around all over the place on my bike, and I would suddenly decide, that tree looks awesome, I'm going to climb that today. And I would go climb a tree. Or I would say, I heard that there's a hidden tennis court behind this person's house. Let's see if we can sneak back there and see it. And we'd go and sneak around behind someone's house and start exploring their property. We would do those kind of things back in the 80s, and people didn't really think about it. Another thing we did back in the 80s that would freak people out now is in riding your bikes. A lot of the times you ride your bikes down the sidewalk, and sometimes people will now even have a problem with that. If you are riding your bike down the street, you have to do it a certain way, otherwise people are going to freak out about you. But back in the 80s, one of the things we would do is I lived up on top of a hill. I would start driving my bike down the hill, and there was certain ways I would cut down through somebody's driveway, and I would go down their sidewalk, and then I would start jumping over, because people would have like a flower bed that would drop down. Wouldn't be flowers in a couple of areas because it would be like a step. Well, you'd cut it just right, and you'd launch, and you'd fall down a foot or foot and a half or something like that onto that next thing, and then you drive down the next hill down to the next house, and then you jump off of the thing, and then you cut it over here, and you'd cut, and after a while you'd start creating a little path through their yards. That was just something you did back in the 80s, and people would consider, kids being kids. Now people would freak out and call police and get you fined or arrested or whatever, who knows, just because how dare you travel across my property when that's not allowed. I don't allow that. Back in the 80s though, it was very much something like that. But Goonies very much encapsulated that spirit of me. I love, the whole idea of swords. I actually have a two-handed sword collection. I started collecting swords years ago, and I've always loved the two-handed swords. Part of it was because of the movie Braveheart and the Claymore. Part of it was because of Lady Hawk and the big two-handed sword that he had that Rutger Hauer used in that. I personally love two-handed swords. I do have smaller swords too. I have a katana. I have, smaller things like that. But I also have an adachi. I also have a claymore. I have a lance connect. I have 2 lance connects. Various different things like that. Two-handed sword play is also something that I did some of when I taught martial arts professionally back a long time ago. We would learn some of those techniques, and so it was really cool there. But being that Sean was part of 2 movies that really recorded my being, it was really awesome when I learned how cool of a guy he is. If you watch interviews with him, when he does Comic-Con conventions and stuff, he is very much that way. He would be on set, and if they were doing a lighting tweak, he wouldn't always leave. Sometimes he'd just hang out on set and talk to the crew. and he would start talking about stories. And there were some hilarious stories he told that I'm sure are not the kind of thing that you would want spread out in the world. And so I'm not going to tell him. But I will tell you this, he is a gem of a man. He's a great dad. He's a great husband. He's got some funny stories, and he is just a wonderful guy. As a matter of fact, I got a picture with him. Very seldomly do I geek out and really want a picture with somebody. But Sean Astin was one of the very few that I actually asked if he would give me a picture, if he would take a picture with me. I'll have to find it for you because I'll show it to you. I don't normally share these kind of things, but, Stranger Things has been out for, a few years now. They're actually shooting, as soon as they get back to production, they'll be shooting season 4. But the reason I'm mentioning this is because, what year was that? That was early 2017. Okay. Yeah, it was right before this. So the reason I'm mentioning that is because I went to Sean and I asked him, you got to catch an actor at a time when you're not going to be bothering them. And I said, hey, Sean, would you mind if I got a picture with you at some point? He says, yeah, let's just do it now. So I said, sure. And I asked him, because I happen to have one of the One Rings from Lord of the Rings. I said, would you mind if I like held it up like this, dangled it down in front of the shot, and you kind of perch over my shoulder like you did for Frodo, and we kind of look at the One Ring? Yes, I'm a geek. He's like, no, that's fine. Yeah, glad to, absolutely. And I was like, thank you so much. Well, the room that we were shooting in, which is where the finale of the season of the big fight with the Demogorgon and stuff like that happened in season 2. It was that room that we were in, but it was lit with can lights around the perimeter at the time. It wasn't actually lit for the scene. And because of that, here it is, because of that, it was very dimly lit. And so when I was holding up the ring, I did this number. And Sean looked at that and said, no, because that's not lit right. Holding down the ring, he said, I don't like that. So what Sean did is he said, let's do something different. Here, humor me for a second. Let's back up here. And he actually directed this picture, which turned up so much better because there was can lights overhead that were casting a really weird effect. He said, let's do this instead. Let's have you hold the ring like this, where one of the pools of lights bounces and illuminates your hand. That way the ring is glowing, and that way it illuminates back onto our face. So Sean directed that picture for me. If you can see that one. That to me is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. That picture right there, Sean Astin took with me, where I'm holding the One Ring. I'm in my gear. He's actually wearing the stuff he was wearing for that scene. But there you go. That's the picture that Sean Astin and I have together, where, I'm Frodo and he's perched over my shoulder. So there you go. Love that little bit of information there for you. So, all right, let me, enough about celebrities. They're feeding to the small fish. Nice, no harm. I have no idea what you mean, Cuisine, about feeding the small fish. Actors might have gained weight. They like desserts. I mean, dang, that's what I've been doing wrong. I have too many desserts. You can look at me and tell I like desserts too. It's like, look, anybody out there who has a solid training schedule and you work your tail off for months on end to get in great shape for a role, if you want to relax for a couple months afterwards and not work out and kill yourself, and you just want to lounge around a pool, you want to, eat the things that you weren't eating for months because of your training schedule or what have you, by all means do it. You're allowed to do that kind of stuff unless you're contractually required to. So I'd say live your life, man. Even celebrities, if you want to stick to a strict diet, by all means do so. If you want to be lax a little bit, by all means do so. It's amazing to me how we have these rules about body shaming other people. Don't body shame on Facebook. Don't body shame this. But people have no problem body shaming celebrities. Why? People, they're people too. And, just leave them alone. Don't just look at something and don't let the news tell you what you should think about something. That's one of the things that really irritates me. News media, and the news media lies. They lie all the time. Judge Judy says, how a child can lie, how you can tell when a kid's lying? It's because they are opening their mouth, they're moving their lips. That's what she says. It's the same kind of thing. How can you tell a news outlet's lying? They're reporting something. It happens so much. And yes, there's truth in reporting, and there's good stuff out there, but there's so much garbage in the media that drives me crazy. I have to basically tune out a lot of that kind of stuff because people will speculate. Oh, we think it's going to be this. We think it's going to be that. We think it's this. We think it's that, when really it's not. As soon as the actual information comes out, you learn it's something totally different. So don't be so reactionary and believe something about a celebrity or about the news or about COVID-19 when, if you look down at the article, you realize it was clickbait, and really what they're telling you is we're still in the testing process, but that's the way it looks like it's going. Well, geez, why'd you make it seem like it was something that we already knew about? I used to be in the media. I can tell you how much they lie. There's things said in a newsroom right now that do not believe that. One of the reasons why we have the freedom of the press is because it was deemed that if there was investigative reporting going on out there and people were learning material and learning things and reporting honest, true facts, that's one of the reasons why we have freedom of the press. But right now, they're using that and abusing that and doing opinion pieces and calling it fact. And then other media outlets will pick up on that, and they'll report it as if they're facts. And by the time they've done their damage or whatever, they can then say, oh, we were mistaken about that. But by then, people are already turned their heads and looking at other things in the news that they believe. So just because a celebrity or a politician or whoever, there's a story about them, or even something that a news report is talking about an individual, don't just be quick to persecute whoever that is because that's what the media wants you to do. They want you to read their newspaper or look at their news station again. And so they're bringing you stuff. They want you to get outraged. I got to watch this channel because they're going to tell me what's really going on. And I'm going to see the stuff that's really going to irritate me. Don't do that. A few years ago, I just stopped watching all news. I was getting myself so worked up in the morning driving into work when I was working on a show called Hindsight. I got so worked up every morning listening to the news and everything. I just said, you know what? I'm going to take a breather for it. I'm going to listen to an audiobook. I said, I'm going to do that for a week, and I'm going to take a break from everything. A month and a half later, I had gone through multiple of the books in this series, and I said, you know what? I don't miss it. I still will do research when it comes down to election times. I will still do research when it comes down to gear I want, but I'm not going to listen to people who tell me what I should believe and what I shouldn't believe. I'm going to do my own research. And that includes regarding a lot of things. Now, that said, there are a lot of people out there that I do trust the opinions of, and I will ask their opinions with regards to gear and stuff like that. That's part of you doing research. That's part of it. It's not all of it. You don't just ask someone their opinion. You don't just ask me, what's my opinion about a piece of gear? And I'm going to take Alan's opinion and run with it. Don't do that at all. You're a different person. Things that I like because they're a nice, flat, even microphone, I've shared with other people, and they say, yeah, it doesn't have a special sound to me. It really lacks. I want something that has its own special engineered sound. I'm like, that's fine. And if you like a microphone that's brighter, you may like something like that. There are some microphones that I know mixers have really dialed in on some of these higher the microphones that have a higher presence boost. And in my back of my mind, I say maybe that's because you've lost some of your highs. You can't hear as much of the high frequencies anymore. And to you, those bring those back up, and it sounds more even and natural to you. Maybe that's the reason why. Maybe microphones sound too muddy if you lose some of those highs. Some of the best mixers I know that are using those microphones that are highly presence boosted are older, and they probably can't hear much above 12 or 13K. That's not me making fun of them. That's biology, something called presbycusis. And so just over the course of time, as you age, you will start to lose your ability to hear higher frequencies. I can't hear above about 15.5K right now, at least the last time I tested it. I'm not going to do it live on the stream because if I do, all you're going to hear is high-pitched tones, and I'm going to be saying, what at that point is that, it's starting to slowly go down there, and all you're going to hear is high-pitched sounds. It's going to drive you crazy here. I'm not going to do that. So anyway, there's another little Alan rant. It started as me, thank you very, very much, Aaron, for getting me going on that one. Actors may have gained weight because they like desserts. There you go. If you want to say that's an Alan Williams quote, that's fine. I'm not poking fun at celebrities for it. I think by all means, celebrities should be allowed to enjoy their life without people pointing a finger at them and persecuting them because they want to do what everyone else does and have a dessert every now and then and enjoy the finer things of life. I don't personally care, and I don't think it's anything we should be ripping them to shreds over. Alan, I don't think you're a smoker. Have you ever smoked before? I'm going to put that out there to you. Who out there thinks I'm a smoker? Who out there thinks I'm a vapor? Who out there thinks that I was a smoker for maybe 2 years, 1 year, 5 years? 10 years? Who thinks I did it back in high school? If you think I'm a smoker, let me know. Let me know down below. I'll tell you. Or do you think that I don't do that? Do you think I vape? Even if it's one that doesn't have nicotine in it, do you think I vape just for the flavor, or just because nicotine has been proven that if you can get it without the tar of cigarettes, then there's research that says it could help with Alzheimer's? You tell me. What do you think? So anyway, oh great, here goes the eye again. Oh, the 80s. I was 5 years old. I have a Commodore 64. Yep. Was dubbing games, stealing them via bubbing? I don't know what that is. Dubbing. Okay. Righty. Where are we going? We don't need roads. Okay. That's a quote from Back to the Future. Lady Hawk. Oh, God. Okay. Yeah. So freedom. Yep. There you go. Do you remember a series, Wise Guy? I never watched Wise Guy. I've heard of it, but I had forgotten about it, actually. And I never watched it. Don't get me started on the media. They have an agenda. They sure do. I stopped watching the news in 2020. Good man. You need your own show. Oh, wait. Fairly obvious. I'll tell you something. People do not want me on I can be on YouTube. I don't think someone wants to have me as part of a regular guest on a podcast. People don't want. I'm extremely opinionated about certain things. I'm extremely outspoken about other things. A lot of my opinions and thoughts are not mainstream thoughts because I just don't. I want to think for myself. Or I want to come up with my own ideas about something. Or maybe there are times also that I'll have a moment of weakness and I'll believe something that I see on the internet. What my sound mixer right now, who I've known for over 25 years, when the internet first came out, who's seen the movie Home, the movie Home, where what is it? Their leader Smek, Captain Smek. He says the internet does not lie. Well, that was when the internet first started. I was a lot more innocent back then. I mean, people always say the phrase, the internet has ruined you. And very much it has. I used to be a wide-eyed, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed guy that just ignored so much. Why in the world would people be out to get me? I just can't imagine that. That wouldn't happen. People wouldn't, who am I? Why would bad things don't happen like they do. I was very naive, admittedly so. And when the internet first came out in the 90s, I would see something. I think one of the very first ones I saw that got me, I was like, are you kidding me? Was the whole thing about KFC. They said, if you go to KFC.com, Kentucky Fried Chicken is no longer using chickens. They're genetically changing chickens to be big, to be less healthy and to be fatter and to be have less fat, and they're genetically breeding them, and they're not technically a chicken anymore. They're a totally different species, and you should not call it chicken anymore. And so I was like, I got all into that. I was like, you're right. That's terrible. And so I think I forgot where I mentioned it or started talking about it. And then my sound mixer was like, dude, what are you doing? That's a joke. Someone just messing with you. This is before we had the word trolling. And he was very quick to point out to me quite often, no, dude, that's another joke. That's another joke. And so over the course of time, I got a lot less naive to that kind of thing. I still will believe certain things. When I hear about something in the media, I'm like, wait a second now. That seems to me like it's a 10-second soundbite. I got to do some research myself on that. Because a lot of the times, people take things out of context. There's a lot of information online about a lot of people. If you do a live stream, you're bound to say something, you're flub something, you'll say something that someone could take a soundbite and take it out of context. At the beginning of the stream, I mentioned the ARS video that I posted about a week or two ago in the community tab on sound speeds. The reason I thought that was funny is because he basically took all the noise floor tests of me holding up a microphone going, and just doing that, holding it up there. He took all those noise floor tests, and it seems really creepy when you just see me holding up a microphone and going, take it out of context, and I'm going to look like a complete nutball. I mean, you may still believe I'm a nutball anyway. And to many, I definitely am. But I will tell you this. You can say what you want about whoever. If someone puts themselves out on in the media, they're bound to say something wrong, flub a word, flub a sentence. You can take a 5-second gap of something they say, completely change the context of it, and make it about whatever you want to. That's one of the reasons why there's so many different advertisements online where they'll cut around. They'll have one person that says, yeah, I really do like this microphone. It's a great microphone. And then instantly it will cut into someone else that's talking about something totally different. I love the microphone. I haven't heard anything better. But they could have been talking about a totally different microphone. But suddenly, because they cut it into this video that started off with people talking about that microphone, you believe it. There's a video I have coming up about misleading advertising in a product I bought online. Oh boy, is this going to be a fun one. I'm waiting to see how far this goes and develops before I report about it, because I want to have all the information, and I'm going to do a fun video, and I have one of my very strong opinions already in my mind. So get ready for that one, because it's going to be another one of these wonderful Alan Williams Soundspeed's opinions that is very, very strong for a reason. Now, as always, I don't think that you should just take my opinions on things just because they're my opinions, and you may like me or like my channel, or you might say, oh, you seem like you're knowledgeable and whatever. There's a lot of things that I don't know. There's a lot of things that I know a little bit about. There's a lot of things that there's a few things I know a lot about. But am I one of those people that you should just listen to and take everything I say and believe? No, absolutely not. There's no one that you're going to see online that does that. Not in your real world too. If you're younger, don't just listen to everything your spouse says, or your mom or dad or your grandparents or whatever. Take all of it, bring it all together, make it as part of you, and you will therefore create your own opinion about something. You're a person that has your own opinions, and you should definitely make your opinions. Anyway, I'm getting totally off on a side rant. Has nothing to do with sound. Okay. All right, so okay, so there's a couple of people. Someone, Cuisine says, never smoke more than a day. Okay. All right, there's no one else really. I don't think you vape or smoke. You have enough stimulation with ZipFizz, yeah. There's no one else talking about smoking. Okay, here's the thing. Never have. Never have. My biological dad has smoked since he was a mid-teenager. But I never, I think my mom and him got divorced when I was like 18 months old. I would go off and see him. He has taken a different path in his life, and I'm not going to get into that. But what I will say is that I don't talk to him like ever anymore. When I have gone to see him, it's always the same. Hey, you got some money for smokes? No, I'm not going to give you money for cigarettes. I've never once liked you smoking. I don't think you need to smoke and, be begging for money so that way you can smoke. I'm not going to buy your cigarettes. And I'll tell him straight up. He's like, well, I need them. I'm like, you don't need them. You just need to stop. Stop on with that. And if you need them, then fine. Spend your own money on them. I'm not gonna pick up a pack of cigarettes for you on my way over. And that was back when I was as soon as I turned 18, he tried that a few times. Hey, are you planning to come over and visit? I'm like, I don't know. I hadn't thought about it. He never wanted to see me unless he wanted something after a while, I should say. And actually I should say that was from the very beginning. I say I'm not going to get into it, and then I'm going to get into it. But he would sometimes say, hey, I would tell him, oh, I'll see you next week. I'm going to come over next week. He would then call me and say, hey, are you still planning on coming over to visit? I'm like, yeah, I was thinking about it. Hey, would you mind picking up a pack of and he would tell me what he wanted. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. Why? I'll pay you back when you get here. No, I'm not going to do that. Regardless. Never smoked a day in my life. Never have vaped. Never have done any of that stuff. I'm very boring. I don't speak. I don't speak. I speak all the time. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. Never have, never will. I've never taken medicine for mental stability or to even out hormones or any of that kind of stuff. I don't do any of that kind of stuff. Some people in my life have told me you need to be on something, but you know what? I have no psychotic thoughts. I don't think about hurting people. As a matter of fact, I think about helping people all the time. I spend a lot of time helping people and thinking about another thing I can do to make someone's life easier, to, for the benefit of my family, for family and friends. I'm contemplating actually, I want to go to visit my grandmother. My grandmother was, I think she's 94 years old. Before COVID-19 shut down everything, her apartment that she lives in, which is in kind of a building for retired people, they shut down earlier than that. And they only reopened again about 2 or 3 weeks ago, about the time my wife started to get a little bit sick. And so I was like, I don't want to go and see her just in case my wife is getting sick again. So when we finally, last week, we were a little bit nervous that she might have gotten COVID again. So she and I both took tests. I got the results of my tests, and I am negative. So is she. It ends up being that she just had pneumonia. Imagine just saying just had pneumonia, but that's the case. So she's actually recovered from it by now, which is awesome. But that's a little bit of side bit of information about what's going on here. But I did take the test just because I wanted to be sure and make sure that in case someone called me and said, "Hey, have you had a test? Would you like to come back to work?" Absolutely, hire me. I want to earn some money again. I haven't earned money in months. I mean, YouTube doesn't pay a whole lot. Hold on a second. It gives what, like 50 some odd dollars, 240 some odd videos on YouTube, and it pays me like 200. It pays me like 50 some odd dollars a month. That, and of course the live chat or the super chat revenue, which is $9.99. Thank you for that. But I don't do YouTube to try to make money. If I did, I would go under like crazy. You can't make a living out of doing YouTube if you have 7,000 subscribers. You can't. At least I don't think you can. But I'm very anxious to get back on set. I want to. I'm like, hire me, people. Hire me. Bring me out on set. Let me throw a boom out over your set. I'm anxious to get back there and to tear up some sound. No, tear up some tracks and whatever the phrase would be. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking very much forward to get back on set. Even if it means wearing a mask and you could tell that I've already played around with a lot of different things and gadgets and tried to figure out how I want to modify my system. So that way I'm doing it safely. I have reason to believe that I am asymptomatic, because when my wife had COVID, I didn't get any of the symptoms. My daughters didn't either. And so I don't want to end up spreading it, because to me, it seems scarier to be asymptomatic if that's the case. And the reason I say that is because it's one thing if you have the potential of getting sick or sick from something, and then that means some people would say, "Oh, I'm going to be a little more careful now, a little more cautious because I don't want to get sick." I have reason to believe that I wouldn't get sick from COVID, even though there could be a strain out there. I very well could be. Who knows? It affects people that are heavier, and I'm heavier. It could very well affect me if I don't do things right. But to me, it's scarier thinking I'm asymptomatic, because if I got it, even though there's a lot of evidence that says that I might not be as contagious as someone with it, I don't want to give it to anyone else. I don't want to spread it. I don't want anyone else to catch it because of something I did. So I'm extremely cautious about my interaction. So when my grandmother was, I want to say released, when she was allowed to have visitors again, and my wife started to kind of have some coughs again, I said, "Oh, hold on a second. I don't want to get a 94-year-old woman sick." So I said, hold off on that. I just got my COVID-19 results back yesterday. At this point, I'm looking at it saying, okay, I'm going to make sure that now I'll go see her, because now I know that I'm not sick. I'm not going to pass on anything to her. So anyway, never only had Zip Fizz. Yeah, true that. I don't think you vapor smoke. Okay, you're the guy in college that bums cigarettes off of your mates, then became a social smoker before becoming a full-time vapor 5 years ago. Then you quit because it's equally as bad. Wow, Aaron, you totally got me wrong on that. If you're thinking that was the guy that I was back in high school and college, the guy I was the instigator. I was the guy with the video camera that could talk his friends into doing all kinds of stuff on video. I would say, dude, you should totally do this. You should totally do this. You should totally drink that. Now you should totally chase it down with a beer. Now you should totally do this. Now you should do that. Now you should do this. And now we need to let's walk outside now that you're totally drunk, and let's see if you can jog. Let's see if you can run, how fast you can run. Now let's put a blindfold on you and spin around and see if you can hold your balance. Because if you're really sober, if you really don't think you're drunk, then let's do that, and they'll prove whether one way or another. I was the instigator, and I'd get this stuff on video, and yes, I still have the footage. No, you're not going to see it. Not even for a price, because the way I look at it is it was private. It was between me and friends. I'll maybe show it to a few select people, like I'll show my wife, I'll show it to some of my closest friends, but those are people I trust not to hit screen record or to steal stuff and then put it out there to the world. But so I'm a keeper of secrets. There's a lot of manufacturers, for example, that trust me with information. Some of them have me on non-disclosure agreements to talk to me about things. Some of them don't. Some of them say, I trust you. And that's enough. And that's a great thing to me. But was I the guy that would bum things off of people? No, I was the instigator. Then you worked in tech support and became Jaded Soundspeed's Earthlink. Yeah, there's some fun stories I have of Earthlink. I think I've told some of those in the live streams. I'm not going to get into those now. But yeah, some fun times. We've had the world trolling back in the early 1990s. We've had the word trolling back in the early 1990s for sure. I remember it being used in 91 on the internet for sure. I don't remember. I don't think I got on the internet until 95. At least the internet as we know it. That was dial-up back in the day. I was a senior in high school. I think it was when I went to school in the fall to Georgia State University in fall of 95, when I first got online. I think I'd been experimenting with BBSs, and I was part of a few online communities where you'd call up and you would text-based share information, stuff like that. But I did not actively do anything online with the internet. I know some people that were early testers of the internet. My sound mixer now is, that kind of thing. But I was never really involved with it until in probably late 1995. And at that point it was dial-up and it was terrible. My first computer was outfitted from one of those old laptops. It was probably from the late 80s, early 90s that looked like a suitcase. It had a screen that you'd press the buttons and it would go boom, like this. The whole thing was this wide. Had a handle on top. It looked like a suitcase. And you would set it down, you would click a little thing and then fold out the keyboard that was on this big coily cable. And then it had the monitor that would go up. And the monitor was this big and the viewable screen was that big. And it was just a black screen with orange letters. We outfitted it because it was going to be about, what was it? It was going to be my DJ. It was going to have my DJ archive on that, where it had a floppy drive in there. We put this little proprietary type basic software, program on there that allowed me to basically go out, because at the time I was DJing and I wanted to have everything on a laptop type thing, and they didn't really have anything that was really that tight at the time that I could afford, at least back in that era. And I wanted to be able to go out there and say real quick, okay, so do a search. Do I have this song? Do I have this song? If so, what is it categorized as? Okay, it's this one, and pull it. And after I had spent hours and hours and hours of information putting it in there, I go to back it up on a floppy drive, on the floppy disk, and it says, no, floppy disk worked just fine when we put on the operating system. And once I was putting information on there, it was like, nope, not going to allow you to back anything up. Was it because the file's too big? Nope. It's a very small file. Is it because the disk is corrupt? Let's try a different one. Nope. Is it because the floppy disk drive wasn't working right? We tried connecting up another one. Nope. The system just decided for whatever reason it was just going to throw two big middle fingers up to me. And at that point, I got enraged. I destroyed that computer and said, I'm going to just do it on a regular machine. Enraged. Yes, very much enraged, because I'd spent hours and hours and hours getting it all the way I wanted it to be, which was very much a mistake. That's one of the reasons why I back things up a lot better now. But yeah, good times. I must get back to work now, but I'm glad I popped in. Quality time. Boromir, thank you very much for showing up here. If you catch up with me later, glad to hear. The word trolling, I don't think I heard until probably the early 2000s. Because I don't think, I mean, to me, I didn't hear it until that point. I was like, what is a troll? What is this troll face thing I'm seeing? And then I kind of looked at the face. I'm like, kind of is like the look I give when I prank someone. They're like, yeah, that's what it is. I'm like, oh, really? It's kind of a pranker. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. That's troll face. Well, now I'm very much familiar with the troll face. If I look at the credits on Infinity War, will I see your name? No. That movie shot along with, what is the other one? Avengers Infinity War and then Endgame. Those two movies shot basically together over 14 months. During that time, at the beginning, I was doing, when they first started, I was on Stranger Things Season 2. Then I went to Walking Dead Season 8. And after doing all of those, at the very, very end of that show, I had Avengers Infinity War and Endgame was basically Avengers. It was called Mary Lou. That was the working title. And they basically said, you know, we need to have somebody that can finish the show. They wanted to be able to book somebody that would be on call for them. Don't know if we need sound or not, but if we need sound, we'd love to be able to call you in. I said, sure, love to do that. I'd love to be able to say I worked on the Avengers movies and stuff like that too. So I had them basically every single day. They would say, we are not going to need you today. And then they would call me and I'd get paid for 8 hours. Or they would say, yes, we're going to bring you in today and tomorrow. And then I would be there and they'd say, okay, you're done for the day. We don't need you again. So you're released. Okay. That's a wrap. Once they wrap you, you're done. And then there would be times that they would be done with me at like 9:30 or 10 a.m. And then I would get a call saying, hey, can you come to Cobra Kai? Sure, absolutely. So I'd show up at Cobra Kai. There were days that Avengers would release me and I had absolutely nothing to do and I'd go to Cobra Kai. And so between the end of 2017 and the beginning of 2018, I had both Avengers and Cobra Kai basically fighting for me every single day, time-wise. As a matter of fact, there was a funny story when was it? I think it was December or January. It was December. I got a call. I was going to Avengers. And when they keep you on call, they keep you as retained. Then they basically say, you know, if we need you, we need you. We can call you in at any time. So you're not supposed to double dip and get another show. However, if you come in and they wrap you, then you've been wrapped for the day, and technically they shouldn't be bringing you back in. I still technically should have been considered on call, but after they brought us in and then they wrapped us, sometimes I would take a gamble, or sometimes, and I had a working relationship with a sound mixer on Cobra Kai, and I said, you know, if I'm called again, I'm technically on call for them, so I need to stay available. He was like, I tell you what, come in. And if there is an issue and they say we need you to come in after that, you can just bail and I'll get someone else. And then I'll just make sure you're paid for the hours you were there, and I'll pay even out of my own pocket if I have to. I said, sure, cool, I'll do that. And then if they didn't end up needing me, which they never once did, once they released me for the day, they never once did. There was a day that I went in on Avengers and it was a snowstorm, a freaky snowstorm day. And they said, we don't need you. We're releasing the entire crew and everybody because it's going to be unsafe on the road. So it's going to start storming in a little bit. You should hit the road. I said, okay. They said, you're wrapped. Okay, cool. From there, I went to, I think it was True Audio, and I was hanging out over there, and it was like 10 a.m. by that point. And I got a call, hey, I need someone over here on Cobra Kai. We're doing the big finale of season 1 fight sequence, the big tournament. And they said, we really need someone extra. Can you help us out? Yeah, absolutely. I've been released for the day off of Avengers. I can absolutely go do that. So I didn't have to worry about being called back because I knew the company was being shut down. I also knew that the snowstorm was coming in. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking that if I went in there and I got off the clock, I might be released and still be paid a guarantee, because union people are paid a guarantee of 8 hours. And I said, sure, I might as well do that just on the off chance. So I was still technically on the clock for Avengers because I was under that guarantee. When they released me and they said, you're wrapped and the company is wrapped, I then went to Cobra Kai. I worked with them for a couple of hours and then they said, company's wrapped too. So then I drove back home. Granted, I drove home in unsafe conditions on the road. It was snowy, it was icy, that kind of thing. I made it home safely, no worries. A lot of people did. Some people didn't. But I was still on the clock on both shows by the time I got home. So that was the only time I've ever double dipped that well, because they released me so early off of Avengers that I was still on the clock. And we basically went in, and by the time I got there, I said, "Hey, how's it going?" They said, "Oh no, we're shutting down the cast and everything is going back. We're released for the day. You're wrapped." Okay, cool. So I left after like the first couple of minutes. But I always made sure that since I committed to Avengers, I always made sure I made that commitment as one that I need to stay true to them, because they are paying me to be on call. The reason why I agreed to is to actually go off and do another show is because he agreed to let me go if I was released. If I was needed again on Avengers, because that was my commitment. He always said, if you need to leave, by all means leave. And that was the deal that we had, that if I go in, and he was very fair to me. He's a great sound mixer that gets along with me great, and I love him to death. But because he allowed me to stay true to that commitment, I said, sure, I'll go there and work on that show with you. And there were some days that that Avengers did not have me on a retainer, did not have me on call, and I went off to do that. So you could argue and say you shouldn't have done that. True, but considering that I still had that commitment, and I was closer to Avengers than I would have been if I wasn't home, if I was at home. So if I was at home, I would have been about an hour or so away from Pinewood. But when I was working on that show, I'd be about 45 minutes to, at most, to maybe half an hour. So I'd be closer. So if they called me and said, we need you to come in, I'd be even closer to them. So I'd be able to not just make it for that commitment, but I would be able to go in there. That's part of being on call, is being on call and available to come in. I was adhering to those and agreeing to that. And so to me, even though I was on another show, I did not consider that to be a violation, because that was part of my terms of agreement to working on that show. I will leave if I get that call from Avengers. And they said, absolutely. So I never ended up coming up. All right. I must get back to work now. Okay, I've already done that one. Do you play video games? Did you play GTA 5? No, I didn't. I never even answered your question, Gerg. Sorry about that. My name in the credits? No, because I didn't do the full show. Now, granted, I did finish the last almost 2 months of the mocap unit, but I didn't do the other 14 months. I was not on the official everyday principal unit or second unit. I was on a mocap unit, a motion capture unit. So it was very interesting going from Walking Dead, where we finished this show with like 5 cameras and having to manage the wides and the tights, and take 2 is different. It's going to be tighter, or take 2 is wider, or oh no, now I'm going to take 1 was when I was doing that. Now I'm doing something totally different. Well, you just got through telling me we're going to do this. Yes, I just got the assignment before we rolled, and being told all kinds of misinformation and having to dodge shadows and stuff from the sun and everything else, to suddenly working in a motion capture environment where they have multiple cameras set up and they say, you can be wherever you want to. Won't bother me at all. So you'd have a guy with a screen with a couple of handles as a camera operator, and he would stand there like this, and he would hold it up there, and I'm standing there with a boom that's extended out, only about 6 feet or so, booming an actor in a motion capture suit. And then I see, I'm always paying attention to the camera operators. I'm seeing him start to move this way. I'm like, he's coming around me. He's coming around me. He's coming around me. And I'm like, and I'm like looking around, and I see someone else like do this number at me, like, don't worry about him. And I stay still, and he circles I'm between the camera and the actor, but it's not a true camera. It's a motion capture thing. So he's just basically providing a digital image for the director and everybody over there. So he passes directly through me where I'm technically invisible, and he crosses on around and through. And I'm told later, oh yeah, that's because we can actually change those angles in post, or if we don't like where the operator went, as long as we like the performance, we can rechange the camera views. But that just gives the director an idea of that, how the movements would look handheld. I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Cool. So I went from Walking Dead, where I couldn't be a lot of places and I was driven crazy by a lot of things, to sure, be between the camera and the actor. That's fine. They won't see you. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. So I did about 1.5 to 2 months on Avengers in the mocap unit, but no, I'm not going to be in the credits. I still have the experience of it though, and I did get to meet a lot of the actors and work with them, and a lot of fun there. Do you ever ever use headset type mics? General opinions on them and useful applications. I don't. Alexa, the Amazon Echo, just answered something that I didn't even say. I love the fact that she's always listening. Great. I hope that if anyone actually is for somehow listening in on the government, you find my conversations that I'm live streaming on SoundSpeeds to be very entertaining. The quality and fidelity of me speaking into a DPA 4018C is far better than it is on the Alexa device that's across the room. So if you happen to be listening right now, government, just tune into my live stream. It would be much better quality and you can hear everything I have to say. There you go. So, have I ever played any of those kind of games? No. Do the headset mics have a purpose? Absolutely. If you like to wear, first of all, virtual surround sound and stuff, get one of those that has a built-in microphone. That's fine. If you are doing something like you have in this fall, a lot of schools are doing digital learning. My daughters were going to have to get a headset for them. So that way they can talk into a microphone right here. Now, I do have microphones that I've set up for them, but they don't like putting it in front of them and then sticking their face down to it to talk into it. They don't like doing any of that kind of stuff. They would just rather wear a headset where they don't have to talk into it overly loud if their teacher needs to engage with them. If you're doing any kind of things in a loud environment, headset microphones would definitely need to be used for WWE. So that's the reason why Gorilla Monsoon and I'm dating myself, Bobby the Brain Heenan, those guys that did it back in the 90s when I used to watch wrestling, those guys wear headset mics because they're close to their mouths, and the signal to noise ratio is really good for that crowd volume. Amazon Echo needs to stop talking. I don't know what it's picking up on, but it keeps talking over there. Alexa, stop. I know you can't hear it because of my noise gate, but still. There goes filler words. Have I ever used them? Very seldomly. If you look at, there's a couple of YouTube channels I have where when I just made them for the sake of doing something and I was not intending on actually doing YouTube as a thing, even when I was doing professional sound stuff, I wore a headset mic because it was convenient. I'd throw the thing on there. I'd have a little microphone that comes around. I'd look at it and go, doesn't sound great, but I would still do it. Headset mics will definitely come in handy if you need the convenience of a microphone that will sound consistently on you regardless of head turns. If you're doing any kind of commentary, it'd be a great thing. Even a podcast, you could maybe even use one for that if it's a high enough quality one. There you go. I'm adopted, just so you know. We all have our stories, yeah. Yep. Great stream, great topic. I'm out. Okay, James Brown. Thanks for coming in. Words are hard. Reading is hard, especially when you have a contact lens that's like starting to drive you crazy. You make money off YouTube to pay one very big variety, pay for one big variety pack of ZipFizz. I do. I don't make a lot of money on YouTube. I'm not a big channel. I've never been one of those people I'm sure that I could probably have a lot more viewers if I said, please like, share, subscribe, and donate, which is a phrase you hear me say all the time. I don't ask that because to me, if you basically say, oh yeah, I'll subscribe to you because you asked to, you're going to have 5,000 different videos show up and you might not watch them. Granted, you're still going to be, I might watch that video. That might be interesting. Who knows? To me, a lot of the people that watch my channel are a lot more either interested in the topics that I'm talking about or they like me as a person. So I don't have to worry about a troll coming in here because I told them to subscribe and they did. And they're going to suddenly pop in here and just, I'm going to, badmouth this guy or whatever. I've only had that happen a couple of times in a live stream. And usually people that start and troll in something in one of my comments, they're pounced on. There's usually enough people that watch my videos and look at my comments that will see if someone trolls, they'll say, that's not what Alan said. That's not what he did. He's not like that. Shut up. And they'll stand up and defend. And so I don't even have to say anything in some cases. But it's one of those things where I like to think that the people that are here are people that are here because they wanted to be. They didn't like my comment and make it more higher in the algorithm and show that it's important that the algorithm should push out there to the masses, because I said, make sure you click the like button because it really helps me out. There's so many people, and you've heard me say this many times before, that do channels out there, and then they do stuff like they'll start off and welcome everyone. Don't forget, it really helps me if you like my videos, and then if you share my videos and subscribe to my channel, it really helps me out. And I still haven't even given you any valid content, but also consider making a donation to blah, 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 blah. Now here's my intro. Then you play your intro. Waste someone else's time. Then they come back and don't forget, this is another warning to like, and don't forget to share on social media. And now I'm going to finally give you the content you came here for. No, I'm not that way. It's one of the reasons why I say sound speeds, and then I instantly start talking about something, because I don't want to waste your time. Usually the formula I follow is I start off by saying sound speeds. And if you are a boom operator, if you are a podcaster, if you are whatever, whoever the video happens to be directed to, you will hear yourself mentioned right there. So at the very beginning, in the first 5 seconds, if it does not apply to you and you want to click off, you can. That way you don't have to watch the entire thing if you don't want to. You can very easily say, you know, I just don't have an interest in that because this video isn't for me. If you want to watch all my videos, by all means, I would love you to. But I hope that you get something out of them, because not everyone will get something out of a video on boom operator training. One of the videos that I thought I would try just to see how searchable it is, and we'll see in time if it actually turns out to be okay. 1 and 47-second long video, and that is how to measure a sound wave. I thought personally that might get a normal amount of maybe 250 videos or so on the channel over the course of a couple of days. It ended up having like 150 after a couple of days. It did not do very well at all, despite being very short. I guess people just don't have an interest in measuring a sound wave or figuring out how long they are, and they don't have an interest. That's perfectly fine. But you know what? It was one of those things that I ended up, the video that I mentioned earlier that I'm teasing about a product, and it didn't end up turning out very well. I had planned on going full throttle on that video, but it ended up not working out because of my time. It ended up, I did not have all the information I needed to make that video accurate or make the video the way I wanted it to. So I ended up bailing on that idea for that particular video. And then I said, what can I bring up? Many times I can bring up a video that is more educational, and I could talk about something. I need to do another 3BO at some point. So next time I need something like that, I'll do a 3BO video, because I still owe a couple of those. But with regards to this that video about measuring the length of a sound wave, the reason I did that one is because I was thinking in my mind, at some point I'm going to do a video about that, because if someone ever says, how do you measure a sound wave, and types that in YouTube, would that be a searchable video? I at least did that and threw it out there, and I have not been able to find out the correct tags and keywords to make it a viable search thing. But we'll see if it helps somebody out there in time. Some people just look at all my videos and watch them all, and I appreciate every one of those people. I appreciate all of you anyway, but still, the people that watch any of my videos for whatever reason, that I appreciate, a lot. And so people that watch that video, who knows, it may also help somebody else too at some point. So there you go. I keep saying, so there you go. I need to figure out another phrase. Also need to, while I read the next question, I'm going to throw this water cap someplace. Step 1, become closest friend. Haha. Yeah. Yeah, Aaron. You'd have to, if you become a closest friend of mine, then I would tell you a lot of stuff that would probably be like, oh, really? You were that guy. I mean, I think everybody in the world has dirt on them that you only share with the people you're closest to. I mean, I certainly have dirt on me. I'm not going to go and volunteer it to the world. But I'll tell you this, I probably don't have nearly as much dirt as a lot of people have, because I'm pretty open about things. I'm pretty open about trolling friends. I've never done, I mean, just like every kid that's driven down the road like a maniac when they're 16 and think that they're invincible. I've done, driven way over the speed limit and stuff like that as a kid, and done some very dumb things there that I'm surprised that I survived, just like a lot of people. I mean, how many of you guys out there would say, geez, I'm surprised I'm still alive after all the stupid crap I did when I was young and didn't think and didn't understand safety and didn't bother understanding how the world worked and how fragile human life really is. There's a lot of things. I was just listening for something real quick. There's a lot of things out there that you could really say, you shouldn't have survived. And I consider it a blessing that I'm still here. I'm very, very happy about that. So yeah, you got to share some stuff for closest friends, right? So Aaron, now that you've perhaps betrayed your true intentions there, expect a wall to go up. Be very guarded. Is there a good place to get EQ presets for various mics? I have a Dedia S2. I would like to make some sound nicer than it is. I mean, EQ presets are based on your ear, Taylor. What do you think sounds good? I do have presets I use for some of my videos. If I do my regular presentation video where I'm standing right here, my Cat Equitech E100, the gain setting is the way I want it to be. I stand in a certain place. And if I'm standing in that certain place for the entire video, I know that it's about 18 inches away from my mouth. I know that. And based on that, I know the kind of post-processing I will work on. So if you watch my video on how I process videos for YouTube, I basically have the same procedure where I analyze my noise. I will dial it out, and then I go click, 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 and those are my standard settings. If I do anything like right now, I'm live streaming, so I have a DBX286S set up right here that I can adjust on the fly right here if I need to go up or down with it. I can adjust those levels on the fly and make my sound different. I use it flat, though. I'm not using the enhancer because let's have fun with this for a second. If you want to hear how I sound if I sound overly bassy, that's me with the enhancer all the way up. It sounds like complete garbage in my opinion. Yeah, this is me sounding more natural. And this is how I would sound if I have the other enhancer up where it's peaky like crazy. There's no low end anymore. To me, this sounds much more natural. It sounds much closer to my voice. And so I don't use any of that kind of stuff. I do dial out the noise floor, though, and I do compress my audio here because if I hit the bypass button, you're going to hear that my volume is a lot lower. But I'm going to engage it again because one of the things I do is I compress the audio just so that way it's more even for a stream. But I don't do that when I record regular. I go flat. And then I process it how I want to, which is in my video, how to process audio. But it depends completely on how you like your ears, how you like your videos to sound. If you are just doing stuff in a vocal booth type scenario, by all means, you can create settings. But I would say that you should do them to the point where you sound good to your ears. Or if you have a client, good to their ears, the engineers. However you want to do it, I would say definitely do it in such a way where it serves your purposes. And I could tell you what works great for me, but you could have a very deep voice. You cannot EQ my voice like you could Mike DelGaudio's. Mike sounds great by himself. You don't need me going in there and saying, you should do this with your Q. You don't need me to tell a professional voiceover artist how to EQ your sound. I mean, he's going to know how he sounds best in his booth for his voice with his equipment. So he should do that, not me. And so I don't feel comfortable telling you the same kind of thing. What I would tell you is that there is something out there called the Vocal EQ cheat sheet that's a good starting point. There's a lot of those kind of things that you can look at online that at least tell you an idea of what you need to do and how you need to do it with regards to your what frequencies do what. You want to correct a lisp, add a little bit of presence, for example. You want to create more clarity, boost around 800 hertz, little things like that. They'll tell you that kind of stuff, but then those are also guidelines. Your voice is lower, your voice is higher. It could shift a little bit. It might not be 850. It could be 750. It could be 850. It could be somewhere around that. It may be that those don't really add a whole lot to you. So, you kind of need to figure it out for yourself, though. 7,000 subscribers, soon to be 25K, which will become 50K and then 100K and so on. We'll see, Aaron. I'm a very niche market channel. I don't do a lot of things that the algorithm would really appreciate. I don't do a lot of things that would help my channel really explode. So I'm probably, I'm in my mind, a goal that I have is to hit 10K. The reason why is because at least I would be able to, at that point, say I have 5 digits of subscribers. And at that point, I could look at it and say, oh, look, I can finally offer the memberships on YouTube, that has the join button. So that way I could not have any members there. I could have people not join there just because I don't push it. Just like my Patreon. I have like 5, I think, Patreon people joined. One of them joined just last month, and he joined only because I said the same thing in a stream there. I say I have these things out there. There's in all my videos below, there's the different ways that you have of getting in contact with me, of making a donation if that's what you want to do, getting tech support if that's what you want to do. If you want to learn more about me on my channel, if you want to learn about the equipment I use, all these different things, there's links down below. Whether or not you go to it, I'll mention it, but I'm not going to push it overly hard. But 10,000 to me would be that if you watch my videos, you could see also the SoundSpeeds merch that somebody in my last stream actually made me laugh, because when I set it up, I basically set up every single type of merch option there was, just because I was like, look, I don't want to just offer 2 kinds of shirts and you're stuck to that. If you want to get a SoundSpeed shirt that's not marked up, I'm not going to mark it up, because if you want to put my logo on there, I'm happy with having you wear a shirt with my logo on there. I don't need to try to make money off of you. So I don't increase the price on that. I think I rounded up to the nearest 25 cents, whatever that happens to be. And if you want to wear a piece of SoundSpeeds merch on there or carry a bag with it or something like that, by all means do that, and I would love you for it. There was a guy that posted a video or posted a picture of the stickers that he has on one of his travel cases. And I said, that's a SoundSpeed sticker. Where'd you get that one? Did you make that with my logo? And he says, no, I bought that off of your Teespring. I'm like, oh crap, you're one of the people that's actually done that. It totally blew my mind. I was like, wait a minute, that's a pretty nice looking sticker. Where'd you get that one from? But he ended up getting it. So I thought that was kind of cool. People that recently bought one of my cables or the XLR dummies. I actually have 2 of the 150 ohm XLR dummies available left. So if you have any interest in one of those, then no, I have 3 of them. So if you didn't end up getting one of those, but you would like one and you want to be able to test the EIN of various different devices, you can, if you're in the United States, I will sell you one of those that I handmade myself, tested out. It tests out great. And you can have one of those for $20 delivered to your front door. I have 3 of them left. I bought some extra connectors, and since I have all the different resistors, then I went ahead and made them. And so they're ready. I put them in bags and they're ready to go. So whoever wants to buy those will get a SoundSpeed sticker, and they'll get one of those things and delivered to the front door for $20. But there you go. There's me saying that. There you go again. I need someone to tell me a different phrase and train me and teach me to say something else. So, Lion King Remake did some revolutionary stuff. They built a digital set, virtual cameras to fly around set. Yep. I'm very familiar. There's a lot of people that recommend the behind the scenes of Lion King. Yep. I am familiar with some of that. I know some of the sound people that worked on it. And it's definitely got some very interesting revolutionary things. The government might not be listening, but Amazon is. Yeah. Who is ALEXA? Good one. Yeah, you're not going to get me to say it out there. It's an Amazon Echo. And what's funny is the word to activate it down below is Echo, but up here in the bedrooms and stuff, when we have these devices, they're ALEXA. Which is funny because there's a couple of times I've listened to the Bandrew Says podcast, and he has said ALEXA is part of it, and all of a sudden I would hear mine go off. And it's funny because he even says, I try to spell it out just like I just did, ALEXA, so that way you're not saying the words and perhaps activating someone's device. I don't know if a few years ago you remember there was a commercial. Sorry. There was a commercial. Great sound right there. There was a commercial that went out a few years ago, and it was hey Siri, blah, blah, blah. Hey Siri, blah, blah, blah. One of the things that they said in the commercial was, hey Siri, set a timer for 5 minutes. And so the commercial would come on late night. So one of the funny things that would happen is people sitting there in front of their television with their phone on their chest or next to them or something like that would hear, hey Siri, set a timer for 5 minutes. Okay, timer starting now, or whatever it says. And people would be like waking up, having dozed on the couch. Why is my alarm going off? Why does my alarm keep going off? And they thought their phone was malfunctioning. It ends up being that commercial was saying, Siri, set a timer for 5 minutes. And a lot of people were getting thrown off by that. It was kind of funny. Wouldn't it be cool if you could just say, Alexa, mute the microphone, and it would do that? Yep. I like you because you are you and you are wacky. Thanks, Gerg. I appreciate that. I like that you're streaming during the day because I like to watch while I'm working. Awesome. So let me just distract you at work. What time is it at my location right now? 2:30 even. So I've been streaming for right now almost 3 hours. I'll call it here soon. Alrighty. If you own anything with an XLR connection, you want to watch this video. You know, I'm not good at clickbait titles. I'm really not good at clickbait at all. I'd rather just have someone watch a video, and a lot of my early videos aren't even searchable because my titles sucked. I had to learn at least how to make it a title that people would at least understand the term I was mentioning. Because sometimes people would do a search for an obscure term and it would come up. But those are the videos that I'll check, and like after 4 months, it might have only 3 views. So I'll be like, maybe if I made a better title for it, it would take off. Maybe if I actually talked about what it's actually doing. I have a video called Walla Walla. You know what Walla Walla is? It's recording the background, the noise in an environment, the background noise in an environment. Like if for example, you're in a big ballroom and there's people just walking around mingling and talking, you want to record Walla Walla of the background. So you would hear the actual people in that environment walking around, talking to each other, and it would match the environment. That's Walla Walla. And I have a video called Walla Walla. But if you don't know what Walla Walla is, you're not going to click on the video. And I could better title the video, how to record background noises or something along those lines. And it would probably be a lot better, more searchable thing. I was working on something like that for my digital mixer. Oh, working on with the XLR connector. All right, that video threw me off. I watched it and it was interesting to figure out how to measure a sound wave. Me raised his hand, so Taylor watched it. Thanks. As a teen, I got a speeding ticket for 88 miles an hour, and I was actually glad at the time because I was able to show how much it was for the crazy speed. Yeah, it's funny being able to brag about, look, man, I broke with the law. I mean, one of my friends used to always brag that he has staples in his driver's license because that meant that you had gotten a speeding ticket and somebody had stapled it to a citation. Well, I used to brag about the fact that I hadn't gotten a speeding ticket and don't have staples in mine until I got a speeding ticket. And then I wasn't able to do that anymore. Kids do weird, stupid things. To be fair, most controversial thing you've ever said is crap on the Yeti. But let the truth be known, I mean, I hear a lot of people using Yetis and stuff in YouTube videos. I just don't like the sound of it. Personally, I'm not a fan of USB microphones as a whole. You've heard me rant about that many times before. I was in a live, not a live stream. I was talking to Banjo Scott the other day, and we were watching a video, and I was just sitting here like, I don't like the way this sounds. I don't like the way this sounds. And then finally, at the very, very end of it, he showed himself and he had a Yeti in front of him. And I'm like, I almost said something because this was eating at me the entire time. I just do not like the sound because I'm not a fan of the Yeti. A lot of people expect the Yeti to be more than it really is. They don't use it in an acoustically treated space. They don't use it up on an arm. They use it just sitting on a table, which is, got noises, and you hit your table and stuff and it's going to make all this noise. It's just, it doesn't sound good the way a lot of people do it. It has this big, huge thing and they blab into it really close and they kill the thing with plosives. If I took this Stedman Pro and I start saying pro, okay, you could hear it a little bit. When I said the word pro, it didn't happen, but that's what happens if I blow on it. That's me if I blow on it with the Stedman. So that's one of the reasons why I like the Stedman, because it works very effectively. Okay. Where am I? Okay. Crap on the Yeti. You'll find that you can find it on the SoundSpeeds Discord. Yeah, on the SoundSpeeds Discord, you'll hear rants. You'll hear me occasionally jump in there. Sometimes I'll jump in voice chat. Sometimes one of the things I'll do, and I've done this twice so far, but I will sometimes I'll change over the voice chat channel over to a music streaming channel, and I'll jump in the mix and try to DJ like I used to. I'm by no means as good as I used to be, and I have different gear. I don't have turntables. I don't have
even actually, I do have the frame accurate CD systems, but I don't use them anymore. I do have a tablet, which is a tablet that's this big. It's not here. I'm not Curtis Judd. I don't have everything right here. I do have a little tablet here. It's an NVIDIA Shield, which is a great tablet. It's got like a 128 gigabyte card in there, and it has over 100 gigabytes of music on there that I can use for DJing. And if I take that and plug things up, I can actually live stream and play music live through my Discord. I've done that a few times. I did like a 1 hour like 80s and 90s dance, thing to see, and not one person stopped in. And I mean, it's fine. I didn't advertise. I put it actually out there in the community tab for about half an hour just to see if anybody popped in. But then when people didn't, I said, you know what? I'm not gonna leave it in there. I deleted that. But that was only because it was a limited time thing, and that was only for people that were interested. I like your voice very much. Very clean and understandable. You're a Jim, actually. Oh, it's a Jim, actually. Thank you very much. Very high pitched, though. The cheat sheet is really cool. Where's the Discord link? The Discord link is in every one of my videos. It's at the bottom. So if in the very bottom, you'll see it says like, for more information, for more whatever, go to soundspeeds.us. Now, email me at alan@soundspeeds.us. You can find Patreon. You can find donation links through PayPal, I think is on there. You'll have, I think you'll see me on my Twitter's on there. The Facebook page, I think, is on there, and you'll see the link to my Discord in there as well. So it's all down there at the bottom of all my videos. Look at Curtis and Bandrew. They're 125,000. Yeah, I mean, but you see, Bandrew, here's the thing. A lot of people are into podcasting. They're a lot into microphones. They're a lot into interfaces. And Bandrew does a fantastic job of testing a lot of products the same way, in the same environment, the way that a way that a regular person would want to hear them tested. And that is great. Curtis Judd has an entire school, and he's been doing this for over 10 years. And only like 2 years ago did I think he hit 60,000, 70,000. The more subscribers you have, the quicker you have a tendency of growing. When you're smaller, you don't grow as much because you're not pushed as much through the YouTube algorithm. You're not as you don't happen to have as much information. You don't usually have as much content either. So people will discover you the more videos you have. And I don't look down at either one of them. Curtis deserves every bit of where he is. He's worked his tail off. Bandrew has too. Bandrew has spent a lot of time and money to, just like Curtis has. They both deserve every bit of what they have with their silver play buttons. And I don't look down at them at all. I applaud them. I think that it's amazing what they've been able to do. Your reviews are pretty insane. Very much worthwhile. Thank you very much. I'm always, whenever I do a review, I always think, what's another test? What's another test? What's another test? And finally, I have to cut myself off after a while. Otherwise, I'll be crazy. Like that 50-minute long every deity video or every deity lav review, where I tested the lavs in so many different ways. The lavs were facing upwards, then sideways, then downwards with the windscreen on it. Was it in a did I yell into it? How far away? Was it in front of me? All these different tests I did all over the place just for people to listen to the way that it is. And I'm sure a lot of people look at that and say, this is ridiculous, and just clicked off of it. But if you clicked off of it, you won't hear me screaming into them, will you? So, Alan, your merch is all categorized as t-shirts. Aaron, the same thing. That's actually what I meant to say. Somebody mentioned the other day to me in the live stream. I totally didn't know that. I set it all up and it all says t-shirt because it was all under a folder that I set up. I guess it's just, I don't know what I'm doing here. I had to go in through every single listing and remove the fact that it has a markup built into it. It's like, the actual shirt is $12.79 or $12.89 or whatever it is. And it says, we recommend selling it for $24.99, and that's the price it is. I'm like, no. So I'd have to go into every one of those things and remove it and say, no, if it's a shirt that sells for at cost at $12.89, I'm going to make it $13. So that way it's an increase of 11 cents, but I don't care. If you want to actually buy something that says Sound Speeds on it, then I don't want to price gouge you for it. You can just do that. So if because it helps me out with my logo and at least, shows solidarity or whatever towards me. And I appreciate that. So I'm not going to price gouge on that. If you want to wear my logo, by all means do it. I love that. And I did not realize that I set them all up as shirts. And at this point, it's a joke. I could have changed it that night after the stream. I thought about going in there. I brought out the Teespring and said, do I want to go through there and change it all? No, at this point, it's funny because it says T-shirt tote bag, T-shirt whatever underneath it. And it's funny. So to me, it makes me laugh. And it makes a conversation piece like right now. The phrase for all intents and purposes. I say that too. I'll take an XLR dummy. How? Okay, Taylor, shoot me an email. Shoot me an email, or if you want to, go to soundspeeds.us, click on contribute on the right-hand side, and it has different links for people that want to either produce a video for SoundSpeeds like Baron recently did, or there's a link down at the bottom to my Venmo, if you want to make a donation that way, or PayPal. I would personally, if you use Venmo, I would appreciate that more because it doesn't charge fees. And the fees, I'm not doing a whole, big, huge markup or whatever, because I send it priority mail and I package things well and make sure it's done properly and stuff. And I'm not really marking up, the cables I make. I'm not really marking up a whole lot of things because I offer it as a, I don't want to say as a service because then it sounds kind of, superficial or something, but I offer it because I like helping people. And if someone wants to spend $70 or $90 or whatever a Mogami Gold cable is and wants to buy one of mine for $50, it does help me out because I do make a little bit of money on that. And also I like helping other people out. Plus it gives me an opportunity to get even better at my craft. So I've already soldered so many cables in my life that I can make cables very easily and quickly at this point. Not so much quickly when I go all out, which is what I do whenever I make them for someone else, because I'll cut corners when I make my own cables because I know I can easily fix the thing and I know what I can and can't get away with. If I make one for another person, I always go all out on it. And you could say, why don't you do that on your own too? Well, I've never had an issue with any of the cables I've ever made myself since I've been doing them the way that I make them now, I should say. I've been kind of lax on some other things in the past. And when I just didn't know any better. As soon as I learned a better way, I started doing things. Now, I only cut a couple of corners on the cables I make now for myself, but I have a reason for doing those. Okay. Your time, it is 21:30, so you are 7 hours ahead of me. You're a future person. Yeti has 3 55-cent electric capsules inside. You can literally buy them off of AliExpress. It doesn't surprise me one bit. Doesn't surprise me one bit. Those things, they don't sound great to me. Discord link is in the video description. There you go. Do you voice on Discord? I do sometimes. It is a text server. I do have 2 voice channels on the left side. One of them is just if I want to talk to someone privately, I can grab them and pull them in there. One of them is a public thing, and I'm usually, if I jump in the Discord at all, just to chat with people, I'll jump in there in the public channel. And I do, if somebody wants to, it needs like tech support or someone wants to talk to me personally and has a reason to, I'll sometimes grab them and pull them into the secret channel that you don't have access to unless you're me. There's one other person that has access to that channel also. But I don't want to just, I don't just sit in there and hope and pray somebody will pop in to chat with. Believe me, I have plenty of stuff to do for SoundSpeeds. I don't need to mindlessly chat, but I do jump in there every now and then just to talk to people and to see what people are up to. And I'll be in there for 10 or 15 minutes, and sometimes people will pop in, sometimes people don't. I mean, people have lives. In the evenings, usually I find myself, if I'm going to be in a Discord server, like usually on the weekends, I'm in Bandrew's Podcastage, one usually on Saturday nights and sometimes Friday nights too. And it's funny because he usually has a bunch of people in there that are just great people, and he's built a great community there. And I'm part of that. I jump in there and we'll chat sound, and then when I get bored or would rather do something else, I jump out and I record or I do something else. But that's what the cool thing about voice chat is. Was it you, Gerg, who was in my Discord the other day that asked if I could talk? And then I was actually watching P-Valley when it dropped on Sunday morning. And I finished it, and I was I just got through getting a water, and I came up and he said, actually, I'm going to bed. So at that point he said, I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I won't jump into voice chat, but I was just going back into to check on that. And let's see here. So Aaron, if you ever do want to jump in my Discord server, it is there. If you tag me or something and say, hey, Alan, you know, are you available in the just say something, which I probably should rename, chat, I can always jump in there if I'm available to. I don't always have availability, but if I do have one, I'll pop in there to see what's going on. Bandrew spent so much money in the beginning. He sure did. And he's created a wonderful resource there for people. And I very much applaud him for what he was able to accomplish. He's quite an amazing guy for what he has built and how he has created his YouTube channel and business model around that. He's brilliant in that sense. Curtis Judd, Kevin Basic Filmmaker, they're all brilliant in what they were able to come up with. I hope your ribbon microphone review eventually pays off, even though I'm never going to buy a ribbon microphone. It just shows off your review style as well. So I pointed so many people at it for that reason. Appreciate it. Let me see. I'll look at it live real quick just to see how much that ribbon microphone video has made me. It's not very much. Let me see. It's funny because I spent almost $400 on those ribbon microphones. And you could very easily say, why do you do that? That's dumb. Well, at the very end of 2019, I had to spend some money. Oh, I'm off. I'm off. It didn't make me $2.42. I must be confusing it with another one. It has made me $1.83. So I'm looking at it right now. It's got a total of 891 views. Total number of hours watched, 89.6 total hours. I've gained 11 subscribers after watching that video where they've said, you know, I'm going to subscribe to him based on this video. In the last 48 hours, it has been watched twice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, last 48 hours, it's actually been yesterday. Someone watched that video at between the 10 and 11 hour mark, and they watched it again last night or this morning between midnight and 1 a.m. And then someone watched it between 12 and 1 while I've been doing this live stream. And then again, somebody watched it recently between 1 and 2. So that is how this video, that everything you shouldn't do to ribbon microphones video has turned out. And it's cool that there's a couple of people that have watched it while I've been streaming live. Who knows? They may have watched the video and said, I might see what this guy's up about. You know, what's this guy's doing? Who knows? But I'll go ahead and link that video if you haven't seen it. You get to see definitely me being me. I destroy a lot of things. Yeah, $1.83 per 1,000 views, which is something YouTuber said was average. Yeah, I mean that's fine. So yeah, I've made $1.83 off of that video. Is that what I said? Whatever it is, that's fine though. I'm here for fun. I thought it would be a funny video to do. I wasn't expecting it to go viral and to make me $10 million. I wasn't expecting that to happen. So it was done for fun. Okay. Yeti sucks. I'm not happy with it. Where are you selling cables again? Where are you selling cables? Where are you selling cables again? No, I just, if you have a desire for a particular cable, and like I'm making like 10-foot XLRs. I sold a lot. I sold a few of them, not a whole lot. I sold maybe 7 or 8 of them. And then I had a guy give me a custom order. He wanted a whole bunch of cables made, and I made a total of 5 cables for him and sent it to him. And the package still hasn't arrived yet. We need to check tracking, but it should have arrived by now. And he wanted some specialty stuff done, but I can make orders. I mean, if you have an order, you want a special cable made, you want a special something, I can do all that. I know how to, and by all means, you know, I will gladly to do that. And I'll make them out of, in many cases, I made him some Star Quad versions of cables that you can't get Star Quad. And they were very difficult. As a matter of fact, one cable I made, it ended up, I thought originally that I botched it. And so I bought another cable. I said, I'm going to have to delay your order for another week or so. Apologies, but I botched one of the solders. It ended up being that I didn't actually do that. The connector is made differently. And he had me using a right angle low profile, 1/4 inch locking. Uh, no, it wasn't locking on that one. It was a very low profile, right angle, 8 millimeter or 3.5 millimeter connector. And I made it with Star Quad, which made it extremely difficult to do. And because of that, the cable, there wasn't enough room to really do it and do it the way that they would want you to do it with a big thick cable like that. I ended up having to make a couple of modifications in order to make it work. But by the end, it is solid. It actually took me 2 hours to solder one connector on one end of that thing. And that was me just looking at it saying, how am I going to make this work? How can I make this work? How can I make this work? Drove me crazy, but it did work out fine. So, yeah. All right, where am I? Yeah, that was me. Yes, okay. Greg, that was him in voice chat. Okay. All right, sorry, I'm now playing catch up here. Thanks for the experience. Hope to catch you in the next broadcast. Great, thanks for showing up here. All right, everyone, time to double the views. Ha ha ha. Yeah. I mean, it's, here's the thing. If you cannot, YouTube is familiar with people that do little tricks to try to create views. They know what it's like if someone buys views off of eBay. You don't do that. You just do not do things to artificially try to boost your channel. You'll get demonetized. It throws red flags. It shows up in your metrics. If you buy views, all of a sudden you have a spike in views. When YouTube looks at it and your average views on a normal video, you all of a sudden have 10,000 views that are about 2 seconds long. People are going to realize what you did. You can't artificially create your views that way. You can't create subscribers either, because if we look at Cool Mark D, Greg, Nathan Laredo, Ilya Kurtov, Taylor Bewley, Cuisined, Stephen Capute? Sorry, I'm probably butchering some of your names. But if we look at those names and someone clicks on your channel, some of you will have created videos, some of you will have created and made comments. Some of you have your own, pictures and everything else. You look on a lot of the bot subscribers and stuff. It's ridiculous. They're all like, silly boy 5942XD, and you're like, who would name a channel something like that? And then you look at another one, and it's a bunch of random letters. You look at another one, and it's a bunch of random letters. You look at another one that actually has a picture on it, and you look at them, and they're all from whatever country that those were bought from. You can buy that kind of stuff, and it used to be back in the day. That's one of the reasons why YouTube changed their algorithm. It used to be that you had 10,000 views and 1,000 subscribers, and you can monetize your channel. And they changed it. One of the reasons they did is because people would go on eBay. They would spend $11.99 for 10,000 views, and the first or second day, they would then spend 15 or so bucks and get 1,000 subscribers. You'd buy them, but at least it would allow you to monetize your channel from the very beginning. It took me about a year before I could monetize this channel, and I did get monetized technically, I believe, after about 9 months. And then I lost that when they changed their ways from 10,000 views and 1,000 subscribers to 4,000 total watch hours per year and 1,000 subscribers. I was demonetized for a couple months, and I had to gain that back. It was my Laurel Yanni video which pushed me up over the threshold. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm going to be dreading when it comes around next year and I lose those all the views I got from that Laurel Yanni video, because that brought in a few hundred hours of view time. And I remember thinking, I could be demonetized next year if I don't make that 4,000 again. But luckily by that point, my channel had gained enough momentum that I now have enough views to at least not have to worry about that anymore. What is it? I'm about to call in Alexa. Alexa, what's 40,000 divided by 60? 666.6667. Okay, so I don't like that number at all as a Christian boy. But I will tell you this, though. That is how many hours, about 665 views or total hours of viewership I've had in the past 30 days. No, 7 days. So as long as that keeps up, then I'll be able to maintain monetization on this channel. I'll be able to continue to make, $60 or whatever it is per month. And that'll be nice. And that's fine. Okay, let's move on. Klotz and Neutrik, what are your cables made of? They're made of Neutrik connectors. I use an EMC female connector on one side, and then I use a Neutrik NC3 MX connector on the other side. I don't use the MXX, I use the MX. And I do have a reason for that, and I talk about it in my video. Here, I'll throw a link in there. But it's... Let me see. What is it? What did I call the thing? Okay, this is the video. I talk about why I use the EMC connectors in not only the EMC review, but also in this video here that I'll post down there. You can watch me test live, and you'll hear it live in that video. And you've been here watching this live stream, you might as well watch that entire video. It's only like 13 and a half minutes long or whatever. But it's a lot of fun. It gives an example, and it shows you what I'm talking about and why I'm talking about what I'm talking about and how to get over that. Now, I also use Canary StarQuad cable, the L634S, I believe it is. 6E4S, 4D, 4S, something like that. I use whatever that StarQuad cable is, and I use that with those connectors, and I do a few other little things in there too. Part of it's not just putting together the pieces, part of it is the expertise that you use. EMC connectors can be quite difficult because it does have a shield that goes around the, you don't use a ground on it. You don't solder in a ground. You solder in pins 2 and pins 3, which on a StarQuad is a pair of blue and a pair of white if you use the cable I use, and you solder those in there. You prep the shield in a certain way, and then you wrap it around the EMC, and it will automatically ground tie it to the shell, and it will route it through the ground. And if you use it correctly, then it's an absolute thing of beauty. It's an absolute thing of beauty, and I love them. I swear by them. I have put them on. This right here is an EMC connector. Sorry, it's going crazy. You can see on the back, EMC, right there. That EMC connector, that EMC connector right there. And yes, this is the microphone I'm using in this DPA 4018C. Little tiny one. Sorry, this sounds like complete garbage right now, but there you go. But it's a great thing. I love it absolutely. Those EMC connectors. I mean, if I were a smart man, I would have shown this one instead. But this right here is another EMC connector. Whenever I make a cable, I use StarQuad cable. I use the Neutrik EMC black connectors. What is it? NC3 EMC FXX, I think. What is it? NC FXX connector is what it's based off of. It doesn't have the exact model there. But I do have various different cables that I make, but I always make them the same way because they're always very, very solid. They're solid as a rock, in my opinion. So, just finished watching your Killer Bee microphone review. Any advice before I seal the deal? Well, as long as you're in a treated room, in treated environment, you're going to get a great deal out of it. The King and the Worker Bee are solid mics. They are wonderful, in my opinion. There's some of my favorite microphones I have heard for around the $100 price point. As a matter of fact, I think that in order to get better than that, you need to jump quite a bit up and pay quite a bit more money because they sound to me very good. They have a really good voice to them. And Neat does some very good presentation with regards to their nomenclature and how they present everything to you. The presentation is also really awesome. I think they do a great job overall with their entire B line. Their microphones sound great. The main thing I would point out to you is that what I always say is that if you're within about a foot or so away from a microphone when you talk, take your pick. The Worker is a flatter microphone. The King Bee has more of a bass enhancement. But if you're going to be farther than about 1 foot off of the microphone, then you might want to get the King, just because it does have that enhanced bass, which does help your voice to sound a little bit more natural at a farther distance away. So keep that in mind. Or if you need to have something that's a lighter microphone, the King Bee is very heavy. The Worker Bee is also heavy because they're both solid state. But, you know, those are certainly something to consider. If you're buying off of Amazon, please consider using the affiliate links in that video. That would help make me probably $1 or something. Because you know how YouTube, if you're not familiar, the way Amazon does it is if you refer someone for a product, then they basically give you like a referral fee. They don't give coupons like, you know, I'm going to use a coupon for $5 off. They will sometimes do that. You know, click this little button and you'll apply a manufacturer's coupon or something. But if you send somebody because they watch your video and they're, you know, and you want to show a content creator, you know, that you appreciate a little bit of the love for sending you onto a certain product, then consider using one of their links, because it does help out. It adds a little bit of revenue to their pockets in exchange for doing a good job. So I can tell which products I've done reviews for in the past that, like the video that I trashed a microphone on, I said, nobody should buy this thing. I don't think this microphone should exist. For some crazy reason, for the first like 3 months, I had like 2 people buying that microphone every single month for like 2 months. I sold 6 of those things. I'm like, why? I even thought about removing the link because I was like, you know, people, I don't want them buying that microphone. It sucks. But people were buying it, and I was like, you know what? I'm just going to leave it up there at this point. I said, if you like the microphone, you like the microphone. If you buy it, you don't like it, and you return it, then that affiliate, you know, or associate, as they now call it, money will go away. That's fine. I would rather be helpful to someone and have them not click a link than have someone click a link just to try to be helpful to me. If you found my video was the one that pushed you over the edge and said, you know what, I think I'm going to take a trial on it, then by all means, if you click that link, it will help me out. Can you do a right angle XLR in my sleep? Absolutely, I can. As a matter of fact, one of the connectors I was using in the video, not in the video, that I was making in the custom order. Let me show you a picture. They were made for DD Connect, and they are a low profile XLR like that. And so when I made them, it was a low profile right angle. You can see how big it is compared to my fingers. That right there with a star quad cable going through it was a tight squeeze, but I got it to fit, and it's a solid, and I was able to make it fit solidly in there. So that right there shows you that I can do a low profile XLR even using star quad cable, which is something you can't buy, at least unless you custom make it. So my math says you need about 5.4 billion views to make $10 million off of one video. Something tells me that I'm not going to be able to do that. I mean, Gangnam Style, I think, has like, what, 2 billion views? Oppa Gangnam Style. I'm not going to beat that out with a ribbon microphone video. Not even with all the bots in the world. Let me see. Gangnam Style. How many views has that video gotten? 3.7 billion views. So I have zero chance of making that kind of money off of a simple little YouTube video on ribbon microphones, unless something happens and our currency goes to trash. If that happens and our dollar is instead of being worth, like, let's say $1.34 buys you a British pound, if it went to some crazy thing like $2.4 million bought a British pound because our dollar lost that much value, in that case, there's a possibility that I could end up making $10 million off of that ribbon microphone video. But I would not want the economy to take that kind of a hit just so I could, because obviously it would be useless. Steps into an over 3-hour stream. Yeah, Peter, absolutely. It's funny. I was talking at like an hour and 12 minutes saying I'm surprised I'm still here. As a matter of fact, there's one thing I forgot to show y'all. And I might as well show you real quick here, because if people are just popping in here, I'll go over it again real quick to show what I was talking about at the beginning of the video. But yeah, I can't actually do a quick stream, can I? I don't do just a 1 hour stream. I'm very weird that way. So the thing I forgot to mention is that there's a cleaning product I use, and I put the link in the description of this video below. But I found this material here. It's very soft on the skin. It actually breaks down, if you notice, breaks down to saline solution. It kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria with no chemical residue. So if you have something like this Bumblebee hat right here and you wanted to spray it down, it would be very gentle on your skin the following day. So I use this actually for a lot of different kinds of cleaning of products that you would touch with your hands. For my kids, I'll sometimes do it. You can use it for all kinds. Actually, it's considered, if you have a CPAP, it's considered to be a very good cleaner for that. There's two different things you can buy, two different sizes, and you can use them for different things. A little fine mist there, and right over here. I can spray it directly on my hand, and it's not going to irritate my hand, despite the fact it kills bacteria. So it's not like Lysol. But then Lysol actually kills, what, 99.99%? So it kills even more. I can't speak to how it does regarding coronavirus or anything, but I will tell you this, it cleans a lot of stuff and does so very well. I will use it to clean off microphones. I'll use it to clean off all kinds of different things, actually. So, you know, it's something I wanted to at least show. That is a cleaner I use, and I meant to mention it with regards to things like the Bumblebee hat that I showed earlier, that is completely PPE ready, provided I do it the right way. So if I put this on and I want to show how it works great with headphones, when you bother to not put it over your eye, there you go. So if I talk like this, you can actually hear me correctly. But this would be something that you have on set as an option if you're interested in a face shield. It's a soft face shield, and it's adjustable because it's soft. But if I want to clean this, I'm gonna be using that Clean Smart solution, because it works great in my opinion. So there you go. I can put a mask on underneath it, and if you missed me talking about it before, this right over here, let me go ahead and take this off. If you missed me talking about it before, this here is the VersaFlex mask, which I have a link up above. I don't think there's one in the description, but if you put this on, you're like, oh, that's kind of loose fitting. Well, it's that way for a reason. It's so that way it doesn't choke you out. Now, it does shift around a little bit if you talk like I do. And, I mean, it didn't even actually shift just there. However, where it really comes in handy, this is a patent pending design. It actually has a little flap right there. So, notice here, it pinches in around my nose. It kind of naturally contours to my nose. So that way, I'm about to go blind because I can't see, you know, when I'm using my glasses. It's not going to fog up my glasses because it's venting out the side. So you can do something like this, and it's very convenient. The links to, I should take these things off. I can't see anything. Those, this is a great mask right there. I really like that mask. And if you combine it with something like these little, what are they, what do they call them? Mask strap extenders. So that way you can put that. And so those things are great because in order to take pressure off of behind your ears. So if your ears are doing this because of the mask, and then you put headphones on top, that's a lot of torque on your ears because you're holding them flat, but yet cutting into the back of them. A little mask extender like that actually connects it up behind your head instead. So I might as well go ahead and show that once again real quick, since I did that before. Get a chance to see what I mean by a mask extender. I'll do that real quick while I am talking about this. Hi, what is an EMC connector? Is it something you put inside of your body to make yourself achieve organic? No. An EMC connector, I actually have a review about it. Do a search on YouTube for EMC connector, Neutrik, Neutrik, EMC connector, and it'll pop right up there. And you can watch my video about it. It's like 2 minutes and some odd seconds long. Everybody has time for that. So here's the little strap extender that I was talking about. And the way it works is if you put this around the back of your head, you can then grab this little bit right here twist it one way and it will grab hold of the mask strap, twist it the other way, and now it's holding on to it. See that? So if I take this around here and put this mask on behind my ears and I feel like it's kind of loose, I'm like, oh man, this thing could fall off fairly easily. What I can do is take this little bitty mask extender, stick it around the back, grab the edge of this ear thing, and I need to actually have a side camera for this. Might as well turn to the side so you can see this. Like this. Grab this part here, twist, twist, and now it's grabbed. So I can do the same thing on this side too, and make it grab hold of this side of the mask too. So now it's grab and hold very well, and if I want to, I can quickly release it. Just grab it and yank it right off. So it's going to hold very well, and it takes the pressure off from behind your ears, which is nice. So there you go. And that is made by VersaFlex. And their Etsy, I will go ahead and post a link yet again to their Etsy shop, because I think that if you make a great product, you deserve that recognition. That is made and sold right there. The VersaFlex Etsy shop. It's in the chat. So let's see if we have any other comments here, and then we'll move on. Do I have a wife? Yes. They like trashing it themselves. I don't know what that's a reference to. Gerg says, sounds like I may be buying a custom cable or two from you. And, just shoot me a message. That's fine. I can gladly make those for you. It give me something to do. Give me purpose with, with this time that I'm waiting for another show. And all you need to do is send an email to alan@soundspeeds.us, and I'll gladly, talk to you about that. There is a link, and they say we are temporarily stopping sales till we catch up with the thousands of orders we have reached in the past few weeks. Well, I would love to be able to say that's because of my live stream, but I know very well it's not. They have done a great job with these masks. I bought 3 of them, and no, I'm not going to sell them because I like them. I like them. But VersaFlex, here's the thing I'll tell you about VersaFlex. They make harnesses. I own a VersaFlex harness, the one that's breathable, the BHS or BHF or whatever it's called. And I've had it for like 10 years. The thing about it is you wear a harness that carries a bag. It doesn't have the spine like a K-Tech one does that helps to aid your back support. It just transfers the from behind your neck with the neck strap. It puts it on your shoulders instead, which is great. And it really saves your back a lot. But VersaFlex makes very good gear. It holds up for years. I've had mine for over 10 years. Now, granted, I don't use it a whole lot, but it's very solid. It's not going to break anytime soon. I'm sure that thing, if I keep it and I continue to, if I grab it when I'm 70 years old, I'm sure it's going to work just as well as it did when I bought it when I was in my 30s, because it is made that well. People use them every single day, and they've worked with them for over 2 decades. So they sell a product to you, and it's solid as a rock, and then they lose you as a customer for quite a few years because they make such a good product that you're gonna not go back and need to buy anything else from them for a bit. So you could say, well, you need to make less reliable products. Well, they're not Walmart. They're not going to make off-brand, cheap Chinese products or something like that to try to get you to do something just long enough for it to work for a couple of days and then it's going to die on you. They make solid products. And so their masks, I have no doubt that thing is going to last a lot longer than the pandemic, even if I go back to work and I'm using it every day. All right. The 6 microphones you saw while trashing them in the video. Yes. Some people will watch a video and they'll say, I want to see how bad it is. Some people will watch it and say, oh no, other people have actually reviewed it, because I was the only person that trashed it in the video. Other people were like, yeah, look at this thing. It's cool. I can even hear an echo out of it. That's amazing. That doesn't impress me. Hearing reverb out of a microphone, that's not a feature, a selling feature. I'm not going to sit there and be impressed by that. To me, it's a garbage thing. You don't have it where your most neutral setting on a microphone isn't a clean, clear thing. It's actually got reverb on it. You can choose between reverb 1, reverb 2, or reverb 3. And 2 and 3 sounded echoey crap. I mean, you don't even get that out of an echo chamber. It was terrible. So I looked at that and I said, I'm not about to give you, any positive review because this thing is garbage. And so, yes, I trashed the video, and I'd have a lot of people in the comments saying, no, it's not as bad as you think it is. I'll tell you what, I'll post a link to that video. I will post a link to that video, and you tell me what you think of it. I'm sure it has a purpose out there, but if you go to YouTube and you do a search for avoid this headset, 1.8 thousand views, and that is, and there, what's funny is out of all my videos, this has a 100% so far. You could sabotage it. 46 likes, 0 dislikes. So that has a 100% like to dislike ratio. So if you want to sabotage it, you can. But here's the link to that video where I say trash, or I trash a headset. And I start off being very open and honest about it. And as I start to progress, I start to get very sarcastic because I'm becoming less and less impressed with it. And by the end of it, I'm pretty well not happy at all with it. So I will just use Velcro cable ties and a bongo tie elastic band to keep my mask off my ears. You can, absolutely. Dang, I would have bought 3 or 4 that IW as going to buy, that I was going to buy. Oh, okay. Well, and just because I don't advertise it anymore doesn't mean that if you have a desire for me to make you some cables, just shoot me an email. And I can, if I can, I'll do it. If I can't, there's some things I'm not going to tackle. I don't have any interest in doing limos. I have all the gear to. I say that, but yet I very well might if you sent me a message about it. I would rather just stick to XLRs, but in the last video I did, in the last custom order I made 5 cables, and only 2 of them were XLRs. 2 of them were XLR to 1/4 inch locking for a Deity Connect. That's why the color scheme I showed you before. And one of them was locking 1/4 or 3/8 inch to an unlocking, a non-locking 1/8 inch. And he had purposes for every one of them. And I made all those as custom cables for him. Okay. What's your thoughts on using 2.4 gigahertz RF equipment for camera hops? For camera hops, I'd say they're fine because the camera is never really too far away from the sound mixer. Sound mixer is usually right there with them. So you're probably going to get solid results out of them for that. That's actually one of the things I've said that I would use 2.4 gigahertz transmitters and receivers for. I don't fully trust them in the world of RF. I've been to some heavy RF situations. Now, I went to the Mall of Georgia in my Deity HDTX review. We brought cameras in and recorded at the Mall of Georgia, which we probably could have gotten shut down by security for doing. But me and a couple of friends, I put transmitters in my pockets. I put the lavs underneath my hat, and I walked around, and I had them recording me on my phone, and I had another guy blocking them. So we did it. And the video turned out just fine. So go watch my HDTX video, and you'll see me, shooting low key in the Mall of Georgia. And it's a funny thing to do, but 2.4 gigahertz. When I went into Pinewood, no, it wasn't Pinewood. It was Tyler Perry Studios, which has studios that are built well. They have very high power Wi-Fi antennas there, and they have so many of them. They basically transmit on practically every frequency, and there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of RF inside of those stages that bounces off the walls because they're concrete and stuff. And when I went in there and tested out the Deity Connect system, as soon as I walked about 20 feet away, I started having dropouts, and then as soon as I went a little bit farther away, I was completely dropped. Line of sight, I got about 60 feet. Now, granted, I was right in front of one of those big high power transmitters, but it was solid as a rock when I was within, 15 feet or so. And now this is before we had the medium and high latency modes. But that's what I found in my testing. That's the only environment that has been that brutal. I have taken the Deity Connect wireless system, and I've gotten it to go fine through brick walls. I've walked around this house and stuff, which we have brick only on the outside, not on the inside, of course. But it's fine. I can go from one side of the house to another. I can go from right up here and walk down the way, walk out in front of the house and walk down the street before I have any dropouts. Or walk down the driveway to the street and not have any dropouts. I have gone and done a line of sight test, which you can see in my range test video, where I take it and I'm able to, I don't have any dropouts until I'm like 1,500 feet away. So it just depends. It depends on the RF level. It depends on everything else. There's a lot of the world is operating within that Bluetooth frequencies. Now, if I connect up a headset to my phone, it's going to be dialed in at around 2.4 gigahertz, but exactly on that frequency. And a microwave oven is going to be dialing in on around those same frequencies too. And if I do a wireless test on the Deity Connect system and I'm firing directly through the microwave, it does make a hiss noise. It does sizzle. But if this is the microwave oven, this is my transmitter, and this is my receiver, it's probably going to mess with a lot of frequencies. Let the truth be known. But I know definitely that microwaves do mess with 2.4 gigahertz. They can affect Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi is in that 2.4 gigahertz range. The Deity Connect system is working in the same range. Now, it does switch around and finds good frequencies, and there's multiple latency modes to try to compensate for that, and that's fine. I certainly like the system. I love it. Would I trust it enough in the work that I do professionally, like on big movies and stuff, with actors wandering around a couple hundred feet away in and out of walls and stuff? No, I'm going to go to a UHF system. Now, if Deity creates a UHF version of the Deity Connect system, believe me, I'm going to be all about it. I'm going to be diving on that, doing a lot of tests, because it's not a problem with the Deity system. The Rode Go system is the same way. Anything that's 2.4 gigahertz, and the reason why is because it has to do with science. It has to do with waves punching through harder surfaces. The best way for me to word this, and you've heard me use this analogy in the past, when you approach a nightclub, what are you hearing? What frequencies? You're hearing the bass. You're hearing a little bit of the mids and highs, but not nearly as much. When you're inside the club, the bass still pounds you and hits you in the chest, but you're hearing the mids and highs there mostly. Go out on the dance floor, you hear the mids and highs and the bass in optimal fidelity, right? That's the way it is. That's the way it works. The reason why is because the lower this, and actually this goes back to that video that few people have watched, the video that I talk about measuring sound waves. If you're talking about a 20 hertz sound wave or a sine wave, that's about 56 feet long or 17.15 meters long. That's a long wave. Now, if you were to take that and cut that in half, that entire wave, and you cut that in half. Now, it's not 20 hertz anymore, it's 40 hertz. Because think about that. Waves are how many times per second of vibration occurs. So if you have 1 second, 343 meters per second, you divide that by 20, that tells you the length of each one of those waves. The same exact thing happens when you talk about megahertz or you talk about gigahertz, number of waves that go through. Now, when you're transmitting through a wall or something like that, a wave can gets diminished quite a bit, and it loses a lot of energy when it pushes through a hard surface. That's the reason why there's a difference between soundproofing and sound absorbing material. If you want to soundproof a facility, you could get concrete blocks and build yourself a bomb shelter. It's going to be soundproof. Is it going to be good for voiceover? Not until you treat it on the inside with sound absorbent material, because you could build yourself a concrete barricade that with poured concrete, it is 10 foot in diameter around you, and you are not going to hear any sound going through that thing. You're not going to be able to breathe too, but you're not going to be able to hear any sound through it at all, like anechoic chamber. But you're also going to be hearing every little bitty thing amplified. If you've ever been inside of a safe, like I've shot inside of banks before that have closed and the safe is empty, and I've gone in there and talked because it's made of metal. You hear how that thing echoes. You can clap and hear it 2 seconds later, and I do mean 2 seconds. The craziest one was in this one location we shot at for, what was that show? Was it Black Lightning? It might have been Black Lightning. We shot in this one facility. No, it was P Valley. And we shot in this one facility that had a safe, and it was the most reverberant thing I'd ever heard. I clapped in there, and I remember counting in my mind, 0, 1, 2, 3, 3.5 seconds until it dispersed, and the whole entire inside was maybe 10 by 10 and about 8 feet high. That's a lot. That's a lot of reflections and reverb. And that's the way it was. But you're talking about megahertz. Megahertz in a sine wave that looks like this. It's going to maybe punch through, and you lose a lot of energy as you start to push through hard surfaces. So UHF can push through walls and stuff, but if you start pushing through too many walls, you're going to start losing a lot of that energy. So the more dense material it is, the more it's going to prevent waves from going through there. Gigahertz waves are a lot smaller, so it's like that versus this. And if they're that tight, and all it takes is maybe 1 or 2 of those little gigahertz waves can get lost within a hard wall versus maybe about a quarter of a UHF wave, then you're going to end up having a lot more signal loss on a 2.4 gigahertz system. That is just my opinion. That is, and that is science at the same time. We seem to be in an era where science is either listened to or it's not listened to. I don't know which you fall into, but there it is. Science as I understand it. There it is. Science told to you from a sound person, not from a scientist. So take it with a grain of salt if you'd like. Could you please give us advice on how to feed camera with audio wireless? I've got one solution, Sennheiser TX, and a couple of receivers for 2 camera. I couldn't find anything for cheap, but that works as solutions. Then you already know how to do it. You basically, whatever kind of input you have on the camera. So if it's a DSLR and you have a camera input that's a quarter inch, no, 1/8 inch, then just you can go into that either from one balanced output of a Sennheiser output, or you could use something like the Deity Connect system, which you can plug one in and it's a left and a right channel. It would take your left and right channel, and it basically could be a 2 wireless out. But it depends on the cable you use. If you use a TRS out, a TRS 3.5 millimeter 1/8 inch cable that goes out of your transmitter or out of your receiver, and it goes into your camera, then you just got to set your preamps most likely to around -12 dB and then boost it up and cut it as needed inside of your receiver or inside of your receiver. That usually gives you better results than it does if you were to do +0 or 0 plus or minus, or you give it a +10 dB and then just kill your level going to it. Usually because audio equipment is going to have better preamps than camera gear with audio abilities. So that's how you would do it. Just connect up the camera appropriately and you're going to get pretty good results out of it. How to sanitize your electric equipment would be a good video for SEO traffic. Michael Wynn did that recently. He talked about using alcohol swabs. I know some other people that have talked about it, but I mean, do you use Lysol? No, not really. I mean, that might be a video I could do. That's fine. I might make a note of that real quick. But I mean, I know, because cleaning videos, like I said, Michael Wynn recently did one of those. So go watch his video. He talks about with alcohol. Yeah, you know what? There's some things I could say about stuff. Okay. Bring my own. Okay. I'll add that to the list. What is that? What'd you just say? Cleaning solutions. Cleaning solutions for cleaning things. Okay. Added it to the list. I have 2 different lists. I pull a modern list of videos that I'm going to be doing within the next month or 2, or actually probably up to about 3. And then I have another list that has all the videos I want to do. And I think I just added that on the 2-month list. So we'll see what happens. So where are we going here? I was saying I should have bought 3 to 4 masks when it was when I was going to buy instead of 1. Yeah. Got to go enjoy the stream. Thanks, Cool Mark D. Thanks for coming in. What ear pads do you recommend for M40Xs? I have a video called One Step to, what is it? Headphone Comfort. I don't even remember what I name my own videos anymore. Headphone. No, not that one. Okay. There we go. I will post this video. This is about a 3 minute and 15 second, 3-second video. 3 minute and 15 second long video. And it talks about what I recommend. And you can see that I'm even wearing them right now. Headphone softies. I absolutely love them. They're cool when they're warm. It's warm. They're warm when it's cool out. They prevent you from having a lot of flaking off and stuff like that. And they're made of rayon Chevelle, I believe it is, and they're wonderful. I love them. Watch that video right there. I talk about a couple of different products. I'm very happy with the Deity 2.4 gigahertz so far. Videos in national parks where there's practically no RF around. Not even mobile data. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to work great in that kind of environment. Auto reply from Larry. Thank you for thinking of our masks. I'll be honest with you. We have been swamped by orders since being aired on TV twice, just recently on Spectrum One News. Oh, very good. Awesome. We had 6,000 orders in one day on July 6th and more on the 22nd of July. That's great. I'm playing a lot of catch up. We make every mask we sell by hand, not in China. That's right. And so this mask right here, you can tell the seams are done well. It's not going to fall apart. It's even got little imperfections that only happens from being made handheld, but yet it's still solid. Like when I say imperfections, a machine might cut this thread off differently. But I mean, it was obviously cut off by a person, and that I will take a personal made, handmade product any time of the week. I love this thing. This is a great mask. So, do you have any preferences for wireless boom? I love the A10, hands down. I like it better than I like the HMAs from Electrosonic. I like it better than the TRX 643 or 642.5 from Zexcom. My main reason for liking the A10 over that, I never hit enter on that video, did I? The main reason I like it better is because it seems to be very light. It's very low profile. It fits on the end. It looks like a regular transmitter. It's a lot better on battery life. The HMAs, as they start to die, I've run into a couple of microphones as they get under amperage, they start to squeal a little bit, and that doesn't happen on the A10. It doesn't happen on the Zexcom either, but the Zexcom TRX system only lasts like 2.5 to 3 hours before it dies, and that's using three AA batteries in there, AA lithiums. So I can't find myself perhaps running out of battery life in about 2.5 hours. So I would rather have it slightly more of a slightly more battery life, but it's also a lighter transmitter. So the A10 I love. It's the one that I would probably resort to quicker than anything. So, do you have preferences? There is more to it from Larry on Etsy. Okay. But you know what? I'm still going to recommend them because their masks are great. They could hand make, and they could do great. They could get all of those orders done, and if you and before you return to work, if you have a chance to get some of their masks, I would say jump on them because they are solid. I love these masks. These are wonderful. These are the best masks I have. They're solid. They have a really cool thing for if you have glasses. They feel really good. They're not overly, grabbing your face or, fitting awkwardly or anything like that. They feel great. They don't have a chemical smell either. They have a very natural type. I don't want to say cottony smell because it's not made of cotton, but there's also different layers to it. You can see right here, there's an inner layer right here, and there's an outer layer. It's made well. This little side here is more comfortable than the outside, which is more of a more canvas type, stronger material. So it's soft on the inside that goes against your face. I mean, maybe not as soft as it could be. It's not as soft as cloth, as cotton. Like with this other mask that I have over here, it's not going to be as soft as that one. But then it's made better, and it feels much better, and it's not going to fog up your glasses either. So, also one more in your practice: Electrosonics versus Wizicom. Who do you prefer? Which you use more often stuff instead of Young Audio Limited, and what do you prefer? I have never used a Wizicom transmitter. I have picked them up, I've held them, and played with them when I've seen them at trade shows and stuff, and when I've seen them at True Audio and Gotham Sound and the Mixer and stuff. I've never used one on a set. So, sorry about that. So, I have no experience with them. I have used Lectrosonics transmitters before, and they are solid. I love them. They're great. So I would say that I would probably gravitate more towards Lectrosonics out of comfortability with it and knowing how to navigate the menus and everything. But if I were to buy anything brand new, if I'm starting from scratch, I'll tell you this. Depending on what I was getting into, if I was doing E&G sound for like reality TV or interviews, corporate events, something like that, if I had to invest in something, I would probably invest in the Nova, the Zaxcom Nova, and get into that world. Zaxcom makes solid products. I love their products. There's a lot of innovation in that. I like the fact that you know exactly what you get. You know exactly, they're constantly innovating. Glenn Sanders is a genius, I think, in the way that he has figured out a way to get things together. I love how he and his entire company has developed this wonderful world of ZaxNet. A lot of people don't want to buy into it because they're like, geez, if I get this and I want to use ZaxNet, but I don't want to use their IFB system. I don't want to use their this transmitter, but I want to use this transmitter. I want to use the wireless boom. And then they have to pick and choose what they want to buy because they don't want to get the entire system. If I were to go E&G sound, I would get that in a heartbeat. I would have to look at their new transmitters for wireless booms and check the battery life because I personally want to have more battery life than about 3 hours. And so I gravitate more towards the A10 system for that reason. Am I going to buy all A10s? No. At that point, out of familiarity, I would probably go for the Lectrosonics world. Which Lectrosonics products? I'm not 100% sure. If I were buying from the ground up, their hybrids are very, very hard to put down. They're very difficult to just look at and discredit. I like the fact that if you get transmitters, you can still get 100 milliwatts out of them. You can even get 250 milliwatts out of them if you really need it. I don't know. I would, if I were really going to be in the market, I'd have to look and see, and I'd have to analyze what I think the future of both companies is going to be, and they're both solid, I think. They both make great gear. I would have to look at it and figure out what I would want to actually invest in and what direction did I think I want to go in. I would talk to a lot of people that own them. I would talk to a lot of different people, and I would either choose probably Lectrosonics or Zaxcom. If I go E&G, if I were to go E&G, almost 100%, if I were buying brand new gear, I would go Zaxcom because I love the Nova. If I were to go into any kind of other fields, if I were to do like mixing for television and film, I don't know. I'd have to figure that out at some point in the future. But there you go. There's me doing that phrase again. Mass comment made me remember a moment Fiddler on the Roof when the motel, where Motel the tailor says, "I'm going to make everything by machine," or something like that. I paid 48 quid for my Limo to female locking TRS connector for Sennheiser mics and my A10. Did I get ripped off? No. Not at all. Because I'll tell you this. You want me to mess with the Limo connector and make it to a locking TRS? It's going to be more than that. I'm not gonna mess with a Limo. Limo, especially with the cable I'd want to use for it. If I use a lighter, thinner cable or something like that, I would honestly say that that's a great deal. I wouldn't mess with it for that. So if they have it down to a science and they have a cable they recommend, by all means, go for that. Gerg Soundspeeds also, he said he is trying to hire more people because of all the orders, which is amazing. Yeah, it is. He makes a great product and he deserves it. And I give a thumbs up to him. I really appreciate what they're doing over there at the VersaFlex XE shop. And that's a great way of being viable. I mean, because I mentioned already, they make solid products when it comes down to the harnesses. So it makes sense for them to make another very viable product and to help people out in a way that's going to last. And I applaud them. I think it's great. So I'm sorry for any hardship I may have caused. That's not why I invited this. We're trying to hire more people, so also, but is so everyone else. But so is, oh, we're trying to hire more people, but so is everyone in the U.S. I have purchased more new equipment to get things done faster. We will get there. Okay. Sorry for any hardship that this is and why I invented. That's not why I invented this. Okay. No. He doesn't need to be, and it goes back to what I was talking about 2 hours ago. Just like with celebrities that people want to bash and say, how dare you not be ready for success? Come on, guys. I mean, he's a small business. He decided to do it as a family thing, making masks, trying to help people out, and he came up with a brilliant idea. He patented it. He's patenting it right now, and it takes months to get patents on things. But then they're satisfying orders, and their company, they should be applauded for making a good, solid product and for getting attention using it and for their orders. And I think that it's a wonderful thing. It's a beautiful thing that they were able to basically help people out. I think the masks, when I bought them, they were $12 a piece, which is a lot more than another mask. I mean, I think I got these little flimsy things right here. I think I bought 3 of these things for $6.50, but they aren't made like that other one. And I'll tell you, I don't regret one bit buying the VersaFlex ones. So is there any professionals in America using Sennheisers? Yeah, absolutely. Sennheiser has 2 different, they have the G3 and G4s, and they also have another system. And people use them all the time. Yeah, absolutely. People use them all the time in ENG stuff. And when you're not going to be far away from people, we use them in the film industry for talkback systems, wireless talkback systems. So if I'm transmitting to the mixer and I need to talk back to them, I have a surveillance headset system, or I have some sort of another system that goes that goes through a Sennheiser. I can use the Sennheiser for that. Even if you don't want to use them on Talent Wireless, there's other things you can use them for. But professionals absolutely use them, even on professional applications, like on television and movies. Even people will sometimes use those. Fiddler on the Roof quote: "From now on, my clothes will be perfect, made by machine. No more handmade clothes." Yeah. Sennheisers are often used professionally in the U.S. Patents are also expensive, and I don't even think they last that long. It depends. I can only speak about trademarks because I have 2 trademarks for SoundSpeeds. The logo that you've seen, the SoundSpeeds logo, is trademarked, and then the actual service that I do, everything from testing equipment to the SoundSpeeds YouTube channel, that is trademarked. So I have 2 trademarks, and if you're talking about patents, I have some products and some ideas for improvements and stuff that I'm going to look at patenting also. And maybe sell those ideas. It depends. I might manufacture them myself. There's one product I think would do very well. It would not be that expensive, and it would be better than a lot of higher priced things, and it would be made much more simple in a much more solid way. And I need to patent that idea, because I have not spoken it out loud to more than, I think I told one person the realm that it's in. It's in professional sound for sure, but I think, and I've talked to my wife about it, and she's like, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and get the patent. I should. Okay. And I think that what you basically have to do once you get a patent is I think you have to constantly use it. And if someone challenges it, you have to defend it. Like if someone took my SoundSpeeds logo and they were to release a channel on YouTube and call it something else, but they use my trademark logo, if I let that happen, then basically what's the purpose of having a trademark? I would have to, therefore, I would lose my trademark when it came up for renewal. Or if anybody wanted to challenge it and say, I should be able to use this. If I say cease and desist and you say, no, I should be able to use this. And I say, okay, I don't really want a legal battle about that. Then I lose my trademark. I would have to actually say that my trademark has value, my patent has value, and therefore I would have to be prepared to defend it. And I mean, that's just the nature of it. Okay, Larry is amazing, but people are crappy. It's amazing how many people are out there that are impatient and mean. Yep. And you know what? You want to get a great product like the masks from VersaFlex. there may be a wait on it. Good things come to those who wait, is I think the phrase. All righty. I'm going to go ahead and call the stream here in a couple minutes here. My wife is now texting me. She's back home now, and I've been streaming now for over 4 hours. So I might as well go and actually eat something. My stomach is like, you need to eat something. So I'm gonna bow out of here in a second. But I'll go ahead and finish the questions that are already in there. What do you think about the 4-channel WYZICOM receiver? Never used it. I would say WYZICOM makes good stuff. They've made a lot of stuff that was used overseas before it came over here to America, and I know nobody that owns any WYZICOM gear that I've come in contact with. So none of the sound mixers I've worked with ever use WYZICOM stuff, but I've talked to many people that use it, and they say it's great. So, I mean, it's just your own personal preferences and what you want to buy and that kind of thing. Any future boom mopping videos in your future? There's a product that I was sent 2.5 years ago. I keep finding another use for it. I need to finally do the video because they are so patient. And they've not once asked me, when are you going to actually ever review the product? I need to finally do it. And I've already shot some footage for it. So if you go out and if you watch the video, you're going to say, I don't know if this is COVID compliant because you could have shot this. No, I shot it before the whole COVID-19 mess. All the location footage you see me using right now, every bit of it, unless it was shot in my backyard or it was shot around the house or with nobody around, all of that was done before COVID-19. Every bit of it was either in December or January or February. As a matter of fact, 2 videos that I'm going to be probably releasing in the next month, maybe month and a half, those have location footage shot in it in December and January, which I shot before I did my Deity HDTX video. So kind of funny there. Just be really dumb and curious. What was your result on the Focusrite versus MixPre 6? Go watch the podcast. It's, help a brother out. It's like I talk about it. I even timestamp the thing. So if you just want to hear me talk about that, go in there and click the timestamp. I'll end the stream in the next couple of minutes. Just go and watch it and click on that timestamp and you can hear me blab about it. Bandrew actually laughed when he watched it. He sent me a message that says he was rolling on the floor at my reaction because you can imagine, I'm not going to get into it now. You can imagine when someone asks me, how does a Focusrite Scarlett compare to a MixPre 6? You can imagine what kind of thing is that I would say about that. Larry has brought the price up a little bit to 15 most recently, but that's worth it. And it is worth it. And here's another thing about that. Price and demand. If the demand is higher, it's good business to raise your price because it might not have been priced right to begin with. He has a patented product. It's made by hand. It's made in the United States. It smells good. It looks good. It's rugged. It's wonderful. I mean, I cannot speak well enough about those masks, and I've used a bunch of them. I have 4 different masks in front of me here. Disposables. I have the N95 right here. I have this disposable. I have the N95. I have a regular little floppy whatever thing, and I have the VersaFlex. I will take the VersaFlex any day of the week over the others. And they did not give me a discount. They didn't give me any of that stuff. I bought 3 of them. At the time, they were offering free shipping on orders over $35, and I bought 3 of them. Mainly, I was going to buy 2, but I bought 3 of them so I get the free shipping because I like free shipping. So, okay. And please, a link to that video. Which video are you talking about? I don't know which video you're talking about. If you're talking about the HDTX video, I'll link that one real quick. And then I will link, there's the HDTX video. And if you want the podcast, it's my most recent video that was just released yesterday. So where is it? I would need to go to this button here. And under videos, how to set up it's called like how to set up a Zeppelin, but I go into other stuff too. So here it is. So that's the video to the podcast if you want to watch it. Yes, and the MixPre versus the Scarlett is part of that podcast, Cuisined. And just look in the timestamps, you'll see it. So
Fantastic stream, Ellen. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Any any vest suggestions for a boom op? I talk about that in the 3BO series. I use a chest rig right now, which is part of my, if you watch my video in the 3BO series called My Insane Kit, I talk about that. I talk about the vest I used to wear, which is the Uncle Milty fishing vest. But now I use a chest rig, and there's links to that in my Insane video. Hold on a second. I'll post that one too, in case you want to watch that. So that way, if you have any desire to watch, I talk about all kinds of different things in this video as well. I know the things you've got ideas for. One of them is FAA compliant red flashing lamp at the top of your boom pole. No, it's not. Have you seen the SoundSpeed swag in the description? Ah, thank you so much for that, Peter. I'm going to record something after work today and upload to Discord for you to hear the setup I have. Okay, cool. It's sad that I live in a time where I have to add it smells good on the list. But you know what? A lot of people, I don't have a very good working nose. So, I mean, I like the smell of gasoline. But people will tell me, oh, it's very important for things to smell good if you're going to wear it against your face. And I totally agree. If you're sensitive to smell, then by all means do it. I'm telling everyone that wears glasses and sunglasses about the VersaFlex. I do too. No, Mix Pre 6, I already answered that. Spoiler, Mix Pre 6 is better in every way. Don't say anything more, Nathan. I have a Mix Pre 6, love it. Okay, good. Great, thanks, Alan. WF sang. Okay, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and call it there. I have been streaming. My wife has been texting me saying, how long are you going to be? So I might as well go and return to the world of being a husband. Thanks very much for being here. There are other videos on the horizon, obviously, as part of SoundSpeeds. And who knows, maybe doing another stream sometime. Probably not this week. The next video I do is going to be a big one. It's got a lot of components to it. And I've already written out a script for it. All I need to do is record it. Probably will do that tonight if my voice is recovered. It's starting to get a little wavy right now. But I may go ahead and get that done so that way I can start working on that video tonight. But regardless, thank you very much for being here. Thanks for watching. Thank you very much for the people that super chatted. Bandrew and who is the other person? Timothy Thompson and Bandrew. So thank you very much for those super chats. Every bit helps, obviously. And it's appreciated because it shows appreciation for what I do and my work. So I appreciate that. I'll catch you in Discord. Very good. I'm there. 4 hours in, the family comes to look for me. Yep, exactly. Okay, have fun. Greetings. Okay, cool. All right, go watch that, Cuisine. Go watch that excerpt from SoundSpeed's podcast. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and call it there. Thanks very much. Again, I'll say thank you, and thank you. Take care.